I'm super excited. Everybody here, please share the space. Tim, is this your first time in Spaces?
Yes, it is.
First of all, we're thrilled to have you here. We do Spaces on the deepest, darkest, most controversial, and most important topics. We've seen your interviews. We've read your books. You have no idea how much this community is deeply interested in everything that overlaps with the phenomenon, anything that's fringe science, religion, anything that makes people angry at Thanksgiving tables. That's what we're most interested in.
Well, thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be with you.
Absolutely. We're just going to do a little bit of housekeeping, make sure people share the space, and then we're just going to do a brief introduction, and then we're going to dive right in. And I want this, my goal is always to give you an experience that you haven't had in any of the other interviews. So feel free at any point to grab the steering wheel and be like, you know what, I never get to talk about this. If you want to go into the weeds for 2 or 3 hours on the subject, this is the time to do it. Does that make sense? I want you to relax and really have a good time.
Copy that.
All right, I'm gonna push up a few things to the nest. This is the flyer. You guys, please retweet the space. If you want, you can send invites. If there are any people that you've seen get easily angered by me, Fringe, Tiff, or Tim, definitely 𝗬𝗓 the shit out of them. Please DM them. I want as many comments in the purple pill. And what else? I'm going to push a link up to Timothy's book. And while I do that, can we just go? Oh, and Christophorus, if you're in the listener section, feel free to grab a mic. You're welcome to be on the panel. Tim, I can't tell you how many times the beginning conversation I've had for the last 4 weeks was, how did you get Alberino into the Doom Room? That's basically been how I start off every conversation. I'm very glad to have you here. I'm thrilled to have to watch you in Fringe have a conversation. And I'm thrilled to have everybody in here that, familiar faces, new faces. We've been trying to broaden the field beyond just UFO nerds and religious disciples. And I always like to see new people coming in. And this seems to be the year where we have more people, whether they like it or not, more people are being forced to dip their toes into the UFO pond. So Fringe, feel free to say a couple of words, then we'll go Tiff. And then I'd love to, after Tiff, I'd love to hear from you, Timothy, where your head is at right now, and what your latest research is. So Fringe, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, thanks, 𝗵𝗆. Thanks for being here, Timothy. I'm really looking forward to today. I think people who follow me at all have heard me say there's a handful of people who were able to kind of reach me and drag me out of the abyss. I went through a very traumatic, extremely traumatic, beyond dark night of the soul with these entities. And there was a handful of people who just helped me get some clarity and helped me come out of that. And Tim was one of them. He has no idea about that, of course, but I think I came across Tim on Tony Merkel's show, The Confessionals. I think that's where I first found him, bought his book. And it just helped me. It just helped me a lot. So I'll always be appreciative of you, Tim. So welcome to the space and looking forward to it.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that. I'm not sure that I've heard your full testimony before, but I'm very excited to interact with you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And I am here mostly to listen to you and Fringe, honestly, get to know each other and have these conversations. It's something that I don't have any experience of besides speculation. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation today. And I thank you for your time.
And Tim, feel free to just speak up, or anytime you have any questions. If you need a bathroom break, you can DM us in the group chat, or you can just say, hey, I need a break. I'm going to go by you. So whenever you're your time is running out or you just want, want to bail, I'm going to leave it to you as to when you want to switch to a live Q&A, or if you don't want a live Q&A, it's totally up to you. It's just going to be Fringe, Tiff, Christophorus, myself, and you up here. And then we'll switch to a Q&A. It's, Doom rooms can be as short as 3 hours. We've never had a shorter one than that. They can be as long as, what's our record, Fringe?
Oh gosh, we went 10 hours with Tom.
We went more than 10 hours for the last
And
one.
then Giorgiani was 6.5 hours.
Giorgiani was 6 hours, but I think the last one with Tom might have been like 11. We have one that went 13 hours. So, if you need to get electrolytes, IV drips, anything, whatever you need, we're going to go by you. We want you to have a good time, and just sort of direct me of like, hey, let's do some live Q&A right now, if that's what you want to do. And Tim, if you wouldn't mind, those who are not familiar with your work and what you're currently most interested in, if you can give a brief introduction and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us in the Doom Room.
Sure. Well, I'm most certainly not going to go 6 hours. I have a couple of hours for sure. I'm an investigative researcher and explorer. I've been in this field for quite some time, maybe probably about 12 years. I've been, I would describe myself as an avid ufologist. I've been fascinated with this topic for a very long time. I've had my own encounter with a UFO, which we don't have to go into, but I know unequivocally that the phenomenon is real. Not only because I'm convinced by the material I've read, and when I reference that material, what I'm talking about is the old school ufological material. I'm especially interested in the abduction phenomenon. I interact with abductees all the time, and I would consider myself to be a student of the work of the late Bud Hopkins, Carla Turner, and David Jacobs, primarily those three. And aside from working in this arena, the UFO domain, let's say, I'm also very interested in matters of biblical scholarship, the antediluvian world, ancient giants, the Enochic tradition. I'm currently involved in writing introductions and commentary currently for some of the Dead Sea Scroll texts, including the Book of Giants, the Book of Jubilees, the Genesis Apocryphon. I wrote an introduction and commentary on the Book of Enoch. So I'm always kind of involved in scholarly pursuits, but also investigations, field investigations, adventures, usually in Peru, in South America, Central America. I spent 10 years living in the Peruvian Amazon. So basically, I'm always working on a cross-section, always involved in some sort of a project that's a cross-section of all of these things. But increasingly, as we move into the future here, obviously the UFO topic is becoming front and center. And so anyway, that's a little bit about me and what I'm doing.
We could start several different ways. Fringe and Tiff, do you have a series of questions you want to start off with? I can start anywhere, to be honest with you.
Yeah, actually, I think it would be great to get into the topic that I just posted about today, and Tim actually commented and said, "Hey, let's get into this today." So I think it would be a great place to start, Doomer. And
Yeah,
this
and
is go ahead.
No, just I didn't mean to cut you off. Just some brief housekeeping. Those who are new to the Doom Room, I promise you, I'm not high and mighty. That some people are new here. We typically go several hours deep on an interview, like half the show, and then we go to live audience Q&A. So if you're requesting, you're welcome to stay in the queue. We just don't bring people up until we're actually bringing people up. So you can step out of the queue or you can stay in. We'll take you in order, but don't think that we're being passive aggressive. This is totally normal for the Doom rooms. But yeah, Fringe, I'd love to dive into that. That sounds great.
Awesome. So it's this whole idea that I posted about today is this whole idea that Christians and specifically the Collins elite is responsible for us not having disclosure. And I'm seeing it all over the place now. It's been resurrected. It's being propagated by larger, more mainstream news. And so I think this is something we should talk about today. I think Tim was in agreement that we should talk about this today. So I just have a few thoughts on it, and I'd really like to hear from Tim on this, actually. And my thoughts are, number one, the aliens are free to disclose themselves at any time. There's no faction of Christians who are preventing the aliens from disclosure. We might have a faction of Christians who are responsible, or at least somewhat responsible, for preventing or discouraging disclosure from our government. And I want to get into that topic because having seen behind this curtain and having seen how incredibly dark this is, I can't say I blame them in the least. I brings to mind people like Semivan who have said the truth is indigestible. So remember, the Collins elite actually believe that, this is demonic. I think they believe that some of this is demons, that the entire thing is demonic, and they became concerned about the afterlife, which is the deep, dark secret of ufology that people don't want to talk about. It's one of our favorite topics here in the Doom Room, but it's not a favorite topic of ufology. Certainly not a favorite topic of Christians. And so I get a lot of pushback on this topic. I'd love to hear from Tim about it. I would just like to say that instead of considering the Collins elite as a silly, superstitious Christians who just think we shouldn't be messing around with demons, we should actually consider the possibility that what they saw is devastating. And what they came to believe, whether correct or not, is devastating. And much like myself, what I saw was devastating. And it's not something that's easily digestible. It's not something you can just serve out to the masses and say, oh, we need disclosure. Now, I do think we need disclosure. So that's the other side of it. I don't think we can begin to handle the truth until we have at least some of the truth. But I'd like other people to consider that the Collins elite might have actually been onto something. They might just not be superstitious hillbillies who think it's just all demons. This is going to be long, Tim, so I have a couple notes if we need to get back to some of these points. I also think there's a possibility that we have to think about these obscure laws of physics, where we have 8 billion people coming into disclosure and 8 billion people staring into the abyss. And we all know that the abyss stares back. And then I like to also point out that we might have a faction of our intelligence agencies and military industrial complex that is actively trying to develop technology to work on our behalf, on behalf of humans against these entities. And that could also be holding up disclosure as well. So just throwing out some thoughts on it. I'd love to hear from Tim and not me. So go ahead, Tim.
Well, first of all, the Collins elite is a speculative group. The so-called Collins elite is a loose confederation. I would describe them as a loose confederation of evangelicals who are generally opposed to disclosure specifically of the alien presence. I'm not sure how well organized this group is. I'm not sure if they refer to themselves as the Collins elite. Various people have encountered what seems to be members of this group who have been actively discouraging disclosure, hindering efforts by some individuals. Famously, Lou Elizondo, Jay Stratton, and that group have apparently encountered these guys. And I have reason to believe that this group does exist, but like I said, in the form of a loose confederation of evangelical Christians rather than sort of a functional agency or something like that. I think it's not formal. I don't know that the Collins elite is a formalized group. I could be wrong. I simply don't know. I don't know enough about what they believe or what they know, and I'm not sure that anyone really knows what they know. These individuals are shadowy figures that seem to be highly placed within the Pentagon and the IC, within the intelligence community. Lou Elizondo identifies, I believe he names one of the individuals, or maybe he doesn't. I can't recall if he does or doesn't, but I've never been given a name. I've never been told who precisely these people are, other than, generally speaking, they're evangelical Christians. I don't know what their theology is, and as I said earlier, I don't know what they know. They may know nothing, and I think we need to keep that in mind. They may have a peripheral understanding of this phenomenon. They may have a peripheral exposure to it. There's no guarantee that any of these individuals have interacted with the phenomenon directly. In other words, that they are that they have oversight or involvement in any of the legacy programs. So I think we should start there. Now, I do know that there are fundamental evangelical Christians who believe that the UFO phenomenon is being perpetrated exclusively by demons. And that's as much as I know. So I would have to have an understanding of what they mean precisely by demons, and what their theological worldview is. So I can't comment on that. However, I can say that it is apparent that there are two groups right now, two factions, let's call them, generally speaking, two factions that are opposing one another at the governmental level. And these are factions that Richard Dolan describes as, and I've talked to Richard about this, I'm in complete agreement with him, the disclosure faction and the secrecy group. And the disclosure group, let's say, the disclosure group and the secrecy group, let's say that the disclosure group are the individuals that are public, people like David Grush, people like Lou Elizondo and others, that group. And I would add into that group the members of Congress who are working on this problem. And then you have the secrecy group. You have obviously members inside of the intelligence community, the Pentagon, and probably coming directly from the legacy programs, who are in direct opposition to disclosure for various reasons. And that secrecy group is variegated. You have individuals in the secrecy group who want to keep the lid on the alien presence for various reasons. Some of them because they don't want the public to know about the technologies that we're in possession of, that we've developed. They don't want to tell the public anything. They don't believe the public has the right to know. They're perfectly happy with the status quo, and they believe that this is just too big of a national security issue to bring the public into the discourse on this, and certainly oversight. They don't want any oversight. Mixed into that group, you have people who oppose disclosure for religious reasons. Again, the so-called Collins elite, who believe that, as the reference you made to staring into the abyss stares back, that somehow engaging with this phenomenon, learning about this phenomenon, exposing elements of it, is akin to divination, sorcery. To put it into biblical terms, is having intercourse with demons. So the interests of the disclosure group, of the secrecy group, are, as I said, variegated. I don't believe there's a unified force there. And on the disclosure group, generally speaking, everyone that I have interacted with from this group, including some of the whistleblowers and members of Congress, they all want the same thing. They want oversight. They want the public to be told the fundamental realities of the phenomenon. In other words, that we have recovered the craft, we have recovered bodies, we have programs, the legacy programs, which have been reverse engineering this technology, for decades. And their main thing is oversight. They want oversight. They think that this is the things that are being done in secret are illegal and are a breach in the Constitution, represent a breach of the Constitution, that hiding this from the American people is a crime, and circumventing the oversight of Congress is a crime. And this group, generally speaking, wants, as I said, the American people to know some of the fundamentals of what's going on, and they want congressional oversight. I can speak with much more authority on that group because I talk to them. And it should be noted that you don't have Christians on one side of the aisle, exclusively rather, on one side of the aisle here. You have Christians in both groups. You have Christians, allegedly, who are in the secrecy group, again, the so-called Collins elite. And then you have Christians in the disclosure group. And I interact with the Christians in the disclosure group all the time. And they are, simply speaking, they want to tell the truth. They want the truth to be told, and let the chips fall where they may. And their opinion is that whatever the truth of this matter is, the American people deserve to know, at least to some extent. Now, I should say that the members of this disclosure group, the ones that I've interacted with, they're also, they're not for just blatant, broad, catastrophic, thank you, catastrophic disclosure. They want the fundamentals of the phenomenon to be known, and they want to keep our secrets secret. In other words, they want the United States to maintain a military advantage over our adversaries. They don't want us to say too much to where we lose that strategic advantage. So there's definitely there's parameters around disclosure for this group, and then of course you have people, mostly people in the public sphere, who want catastrophic disclosure. Just come out with everything, let us have it, national security concerns be damned. And that sort of describes what's happening right now. And there is a factional conflict. Again, I've spoken to my friend Richard Dolan about this, and it's evident that there's a factional conflict happening. And it's important to understand, as I'll reiterate, that Christians are on both sides of this fence.
Thanks, Tim. That was a great answer. And I'm really glad you brought that point up. I'm a Christian and I'm on the disclosure side of the fence. And I'm really glad you pointed it out. Our representatives, we have Burleson, we have Luna, and we have Burchett, at least, who are Christians who are pushing for disclosure. So I think that is probably something we all need to take away from that. Instead of saying the Christians are keeping us from disclosure, it's important to understand there are actually people on both sides of the fence, because I can see that this resurgence of being against Christians, fundamental Christians, are the ones keeping us from disclosure, and then ending up in some type of a witch hunt. Could just totally see that happening. So thanks. That was a great answer.
I agree with that, by the way. I think we need to be careful. It's certainly not just evangelical Christians. That's absurd. It's primarily, I would say primarily, it's the interests of the military-industrial complex that want to keep a lid on this thing. So to frame this as these are evangelical Christians stopping disclosure is ludicrous. We know that's not the case. That's not the full picture. There are special interests here, and there are very nefarious people behind the scenes that want to keep the public in the dark, because they're in possession of technology that is being utilized for, in my estimation, for dastardly things, to commit heinous crimes in some cases. And it should be said that, this, to some extent, I would say, the government has lost control of the legacy programs to some extent. And part of the problem here is and I'm going to use this term very intentionally, there is demonic activity happening in the background. And I'm talking about the most heinous things imaginable: human trafficking, experimentation on human beings, hybridization, just the most awful things imaginable. Possibly some of the deepest, darkest things would be, and again, these are just things that are alleged, but some of the darkest things would be even handing over children and infants to be consumed by some of these beings. So yeah, I mean, let's just be clear that it's not evangelical Christians who are keeping the lid on this thing.
And hopefully not evangelical Christians who are engaged in these rituals that I have been involved with myself, engaged in rituals with dark entities, trying to make contact with these entities, harnessing the powers of children, etc. Hopefully those are not the evangelical Christians, but we don't know that for certain. It might be a good time to
Well, those would
bring.
be
Go ahead, Tim.
those would be Christians in name only.
Exactly.
Those would not be true Christians.
It might be a good time just to introduce 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂. 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂 is in touch with 𝗂𝗵𝗿𝗂𝗂𝗂. And so I believe we've gotten some confirmation from Ray very recently that the information he got from the Collins elite. So we could say we don't know 100% what the Collins elite believed, and they are just this real weird loose group of who knows whom. But the information he got from two people who were involved with the DoD and with these rituals and with what appeared to be some type of psychotronic assassinations, killings, murders, whatever you want to call them, involved in these rituals. That came from 𝗂𝗵𝗿𝗂𝗂𝗂, and I do trust that man. So do we know 100% what was going on? No, just like with my own experiences. I don't have it 100% right. These things are very good at controlling our perception. But 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂, do you want to speak just very quickly on that information that you're up to date with on that?
And 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂, you can jump in anytime. You're here on the panel with us. Don't feel like you need to stand back.
Thanks so much, guys. Thanks, Tim, for being here. I met you at BLRRICon 2024, and that was part of the reason I went. I was like, man, I was hoping to meet some people, some Christian thinkers willing to engage this topic who'd come and join us for spaces and engage the ufology community here mainstream, and I'm so glad it's happening. Yeah, so I made friends with 𝗂𝗵𝗿𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂 a couple years ago, and for those of you who don't know, Dr. 𝗂𝗵𝗿𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂 is a retired Anglican priest and then Lutheran pastor. And he was approached, he was also a very serious UFO researcher. In fact, he's one of the last of kind of the old guard. He knew all the old people. He was close with Leonard Stringfield, and he knew even Yvonne Sanderson and John Keel and everybody. So he was a hardcore researcher and convert to Christianity. And he was approached sort of out of the blue, I believe it was the early 90s, by two guys from a deep black weapons development program in the Department of Defense, and they came to him with concerns saying, hey, we think our research, we're concerned about what we're involved with it. We think it's gotten out of control. And, we started this as a kind of application of the cosmology of and physics of David Bohm into weaponization and trying to, they're getting involved in psychotronic weapons, the ability to kill people at long range using psychic powers and mental, attacks and stuff like this. And according to these guys, long story short, it had devolved into ritualistic kind of ceremonial magic in order to make contact with spiritual forces that they could weaponize and they thought they could control. And these guys were like, this doesn't seem good. So they approached Ray. That became the basis for and launching point of Nick Redfern's research that is into the Collins elite. That was his lead that got him connected with this group. And he documents his research in a book called Final Events, which I've posted in the in the pill, as well as Dr. 𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝗂𝐴's own paper that he wrote up on academia.edu detailing all his exchanges with these DoD contacts. So these are the only two real sources of information that are well researched that we have about whatever this shadowy group, the Collins Elite, is. But to Fringe's point, I've been in contact with Ray, and more recently, we've had some confirmations that this type of ritualistic, you know, kind of black magic type of practice is going on within our government or military industrial complex to some degree to this day. And that came up because in UFO Twitter Week a couple years ago, 2024, September, Chris Bledsoe was one of the guests, and Jason Sands popped up and was asking him some questions. And Jason said, you know, Chris, I've heard some rumblings about members of the program making contact with and attempting to harness dark spiritual forces. He asked Chris Bledsoe, you know, have you heard anything like that? And Bledsoe confirmed that some intelligence community members had told him this was true. And so I asked Ray about this, and he said, some contacts I have among recently retired IC movers and shakers also confirm that. So he had heard a more recent confirmation of that idea that we have, you know, we have people conducting rituals to weaponize spiritual forces going on in our own military endeavors. So that's what I wanted to share with everybody that Fringe was referring to, and that's why I think, you know, the concerns of the Collins Elite. Well, I guess the original concerns go back to what's his name? Gosh, why can't
Crowley and Parsons
Jack
and those
Parsons?
guys.
Jack Parsons.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I'll leave it here.
Let me ask you a question. So I don't doubt that kind of activity is taking place. I know that, let's put it in these terms, I believe that there are individuals who are engaging in what I would describe as Canaanite necromancy in an attempt to make contact and then harness or control the disembodied spirits of dead Nephilim, which of course are the giants from the antediluvian world. According to the biblical text, but primarily from the Dead Sea Scrolls, we know that the spirits of the dead giants, the giants that perished in the world before the flood, that they persist in the earth. These are the unclean spirits of the New Testament. Generally speaking, these are the demons of the Bible, of the biblical narrative. That these entities can be contacted, and I believe that they use the remains, the bodily remains, the skeletal remains of these giants to contact their spirits, some of which are roaming the earth, some of which are probably constrained, confined, imprisoned, one might say, and they can be kind of jailbroken through these rituals. We know that these rituals existed in ancient, there's Ugaritic texts that are Nephilimic summoning rituals in which they are attempting to summon the spirits of dead giants back into the world of the living, which can then, they don't become incarnate, rather they possess the bodies of human beings. So that kind of activity, there's no question that that's happening. I mean, that's necromancy. And you mentioned Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley and his acolytes. They practice that kind of necromancy. And also spiritualism in general. Spiritualism is a form of divination in which the practitioners are attempting to contact, in some cases, the spirits of the dead, but in other cases, just spirits in general from the so-called spirit world. And sometimes they make contact with something. It's well known that back at the turn of the century, the turn of the 19th century, spiritualism, the the phenomenon of spiritualism was burgeoning in the United States and all over the West, the Western world in general. Many people, millions of people were engaging in spiritualism. In fact, I read some articles, and I put this in my book, Birthright. It was during that, there was a period of time where it was more common for Americans to be going to seances than church on Sunday morning. Most people don't realize that that was happening in the United States. And going to seances with the explicit purpose, the express purpose of contacting spirits or the dead or whatever. And so that kind of activity has been going on, I mean, since ancient times. And the elite, the occult, let's say the occult elite, are very much engaged in that. There's nothing surprising there at all. Now, the interesting conversation is what is the crossover between your run-of-the-mill spiritualism and psychic or psionic contact with biological non-human entities. That's where it gets really interesting. And what I think it makes sense that these individuals who are practicing this kind of spiritualism, this kind of psychic or psionic contact, are succeeding in contacting biological beings that are highly telepathic. And I maintain that the human species is inherently a telepathic species. In other words, what I mean by that is, again, as you all know by now, I'm a Christian. I come from a biblical worldview, and I believe that that our antecedents, our antediluvian antecedents, going back to Adam, had remarkable capabilities that we have subsequently lost because of genetic degeneration primarily. And that those capabilities would appear to us today superhuman. So I think that Adam was capable of some of these so-called psionic capabilities. He was able to communicate telepathically. He was able to conduct remote viewing. He was able to do things that, again, we would consider today to be superhuman or psychic. And there's nothing inherently evil about the ability to do something like that. So if you are, for example, if you are highly intuitive, and there are people who are extremely highly intuitive, by the way, naturally highly intuitive. There's nothing satanic or demonic about that. That's just a capability intrinsic in the biology of the human species that has degenerated. So we are all fundamentally broken. We have degenerated from Adam. We're copies of copies of copies of copies, and we have lost information in our genome. And so we are broken in that sense. Some of us are less broken than others. And I know this is sort of, this has the potential to launch us into some specific topics, but I personally think that that this also is associated with alien abduction. I think that the abductors, namely the Greys, specifically the insectilins, I would say, are looking for these genetic trademarks, and because it's hereditary, just like any other genetic trait, it's hereditary. Those of us who are less broken, let's use the term psionic. Psionically speaking, those of us who are less broken than others are, I think this accounts for the bloodlines, the family lines that are incorporated into the abduction program. And part of the reason is practical. It's for telepathic control. We know that part of the control that gray aliens exert over human beings is telepathic. It's technological as well, because I would maintain that all abductees are implanted. So you have a technological apparatus that forms part of this mechanism of control, but then you also have a telepathic control. I've interfaced with some of these psionic assets and have questioned them. And I was curious. I wanted to know how many of your psionic assets are abductees, are alien abductees, and the answer was, we know from these guys, we know that many of them are, and we suspect there's a possibility, we suspect that all of them are, because I propose that there's a link between the psionic assets and alien abductees. And they agreed with me, by the way, these individuals who are in the program. And so the reason why I'm bringing that up, and again, I know I'm opening a can of worms here, is because if you have these extremely potent telepathic beings, and you are engaging in spiritualism, or you're engaging in divination, or you are trying to psychically make contact with something, what you're doing essentially is you're broadcasting. You're broadcasting brainwaves, or whatever it turns out to be. You're broadcasting something into the ether, let's say, and you're putting a signal out there that's being picked up. Now, I don't think it's coincidental that the abduction phenomenon goes back to the mid-1800s. Mid to late 1800s. That's what I surmised based on the abduction material, the research I've done. But then I was also delighted to hear that this is what both Dr. David Jacobs and Bud Hopkins had concluded, based on their research, was that the abduction phenomenon goes back to about the mid-1800s, maybe mid to late 1800s, but not further back than that. Well, that corresponds 1-to-1 with the phenomenon of spiritualism that was rampant in the United States and in the West. So were we broadcasting? Were we sending out a signal? To some extent, were we inviting the phenomenon? Was that signal being picked up by these biological beings who are, again, extremely telepathic? And does that account for some of the contact that's being made with them? And if so, and I can answer this last question in the affirmative, are we using psionic assets to now specifically to try and attempt to contact these beings, to control their craft, because we know that the craft are controlled not by the kind of mechanisms that we control our vehicles, in other words, not with controls, but rather with the mind. There's a mind-machine interface, and that's why I think these psionic assets are able to take hold of, to take control of some of these vehicles, because they're doing so telepathically. Man, I went far afield there. I actually had a question for you, and I can't remember what the question was. I'm sorry, I digressed into this.
Stop apologizing, Tim. I mean, you could have gone for an hour. Nobody would have stopped you. That's what these spaces are for, man. And Christophorus, I'm not trying to shortchange your exchange. Keep going.
So the question was, these individuals, you invoke Jack Parsons, these individuals who are making contact with these beings, are they attempting to make contact with actual demons, the disembodied spirits of Nephilim, or are they attempting to make contact with biological entities, or something in between, or all of the above?
And what about technology exchange, Tim? Did you mention that as one of the options? That there's, I don't know if there's an exchange for the soul, but that is some of the conclusion that Nick Redford came to in his Final Events book, that it seems like one of the aims is to derail believers or Christians away from Jesus, and the other one is that there's some sort of exchange going on, a la Jack Parsons, in exchange for tech or knowledge or scientific breakthroughs. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I would say that both of those things are undoubtedly true. There's an element of the UFO phenomenon, let's say the alien presence, that I believe is exceedingly demonic. Now, I use the term demonic intentionally, because these beings are nefarious, they're malevolent, they're sinister. And I can say that because I make that evaluation not based necessarily on any sort of theological framework, but rather based on what they're doing. Specifically, I'm referencing here the gray aliens and their involvement in the abduction of human beings, and the progeneration of human-alien hybrids, which in my estimation is a clear and present danger. I'm just going to sort of riff here for a minute. This is this is why I have a problem, such a problem with the narrative that all of these aliens are good guys, and it's just the human beings who are the bad guys. You'll notice that the people who are pushing that narrative, namely Dr. Stephen Greer and his group, they have a vested interest in convincing the public that alien abduction isn't happening, that it's just the CIA perpetrating abductions, pretending to be gray aliens. Now, I have no doubt that the CIA has utilized the real abduction phenomenon as cover for some of what they're doing, maybe just drugging people, pretending they're gray aliens. But there's no way that any human faction is responsible for the widespread phenomenon of alien abduction. And so obviously, if you have a faction of beings who continually lie to the abductees, and they do, they lie through their teeth. They don't have any teeth, but if they had teeth, they would be lying through them. They lie to the abductees. They tell abductees whatever they need to hear in order to keep them docile and manageable. And they're essentially using the human populace to farm eggs and sperm in order to, as I said, progenerate a race of hybrid alien human hybrids. And what is the purpose? Well, I would concur with Dr. David Jacobs. The purpose is planetary acquisition. That this isn't about upgrading our spirituality. This isn't about getting us to ascend to a higher vibrational plane. This is farming us like animals. And the benefit is only theirs. It's only their benefit. They've caused immeasurable harm to millions of people around the world over the last century. And there seems to be a campaign to deny that alien abduction is real and is happening, is being perpetrated by gray aliens. And when I say gray aliens, of course, I'm grouping into gray aliens the insectilians, who I believe are the so-called mantids, who are the managers of the program. Clearly, the insectilians are the managers of the program. Now, there may be another group above them. Nobody really knows if the Nordics are involved, or to what extent the Nordics are involved, or if the Nordics are even real. I tend to think they are. And in regard to the messaging, I would say that, again, I'm looking at the activity of gray aliens, and I'm judging their nature by what they're doing, by the program that they are perpetrating. And I'm evaluating it, as I said, as sinister, as malevolent. Certainly it is not, they're not being honest with abductees, and they haven't revealed themselves. What they're doing is covert. The program is covert. So that's why I say it's sinister. Now, in regard to messaging, I think that there's a misconception that, especially among Christians out there in the general public, who look at all of this and have a very, and I don't mean this to be denigrating at all, but have a very superficial understanding of any of this, because they haven't taken the time and done the homework to really understand the phenomena, specifically the abduction phenomenon. Because they're really, there's not a whole lot of messaging. The messaging that comes forth is often later revealed to be material that is comprises screen memories. But what the Greys are doing, they're not broadcasting what they're doing. They're not really telling anybody what their objectives are. And again, what they do communicate to abductees is mainly for the purposes of controlling them, and to get them to cooperate, to settle down, to not be afraid, so that they're less antagonistic during an abduction episode, much easier to manage. And there's and I know I'm just rambling here, but there was one particular that sort of illustrates this. There's a woman that I was talking to some years ago, a friend of mine, who just started. I was talking to her. I remember we were standing outside her house, and she was my friend, her husband, and some other friends were inside playing pool, and she just began to divulge to me all of these experiences that she had had starting when she was, like 3 years old. And I wasn't really saying anything. I was just listening to her. And I just sort of let her tell her story. And she had never really told she told me she'd never told anybody some of the things she told me. And it started with her, 3 years old, her recollection of a gray alien holding her by the hand, escorting her out of her house, her and her family. And she remembers looking over and seeing the family next door all being escorted by gray aliens. So they were escorted across, through the yard, across the street, through the woods, and then into the field where a saucer had landed. And they were, they went up onto the craft. And that's how her experience, the recounting of her experiences began with me. And she kind of walked me through her whole life, which is all very typical of the experiences of abductees. She had a remarkable ability she had a remarkable conscious recall. Never having participated in hypnotic regression or anything like that, she just remarkable conscious recall, which most abductees do not have. Or if they do recall, it's usually screen memories that have to be circumvented. And this individual told me an incident that had occurred on one occasion during one particular abduction episode, in which she was brought onto a very large vessel. And inside of this vessel, there were apparently hundreds of abductees who were just laid out on tables, almost like a gymnasium. And all of the abductees were naked, they were incapacitated, and they were laid out on tables. And, it's the typical thing. It's not like abductees are laying there, receiving anti-biblical messages. No, it's silent. All you hear is an occasional moan or groan and some of the instrumentation, the shuffling of feet. And, but during this particular encounter, she recalls that something happened, and she couldn't remember exactly what it was, but the little Greys had lost control of this large group of abductees. And somehow they were beginning to sort of awaken out of their induced stupor and were beginning to panic. So imagine, 100 naked abductees sort of waking up at the same time. And of course, they're not asleep, but they're in this semi-comatose state, and they're coming out of it together, realizing what's going on, seeing each other, seeing the Greys, and beginning to panic. Widespread pandemonium broke out. And she remembers that as this was taking place, everyone is kind of freaking out, she among them. There appeared what she described almost like a screen, almost like a holographic projection appeared on the wall. And there was a being, and it was a mantis. It was an insectoid, and it was communicating telepathically with the Grey, with the little guys, and she was picking up on the telepathic communication. And the insectoid was communicating very forcefully, get them under control, get them under control. And she remembers that the little Greys were sort of shuffling around, trying to manage the pandemonium, and eventually they succeeded in getting everybody under control and getting everybody back into that, that semi-comatose state, and everybody was returned to the tables, and the procedure continued. So this is, the kind of thing that typically happens on board these vessels. Is abductees are not like receiving lessons in how, Jesus isn't the Messiah. Now, is this being communicated at all? I suspect it is to some extent. And I would say that the activity of the Greys is demonic. And as a Christian, what I do is, all you can do is judge a message, right? You can't. If there is a being, again, I apologize, I'm rambling here, and I'll try and bring this to a close here in the next couple of minutes.
No, this is your space, Tim. Don't apologize for rambling. That's what we want you to do. You're cooking, and I want you to cook like a black barbecue on a Saturday. Take all the time you need.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So let's say that we had we're going to just ramble some random thoughts out here. So let's just say that you have some beings who land, and they land in, let's say, my backyard, and they disembark from a saucer. And these beings, let's say they're Nordics, okay? They disembark from the saucer, and they walk up to me, and I'm just, sitting there in my backyard. They walk up to me, and they say something to me. They make some sort of an inquiry or something, just, I don't know, small talk. And then they turn around, get back in their saucer, and fly away. What can I, now again, speaking theologically here, what can I as a Christian evaluate from that encounter? What is the substance? What is the theological substance that I can evaluate in that? The answer is there is none. It's just a thing that happened. These beings disembarked, they came up, they communicated with me, they went back in their ship, and they flew away. I have no idea what the nature of those beings is, what their intentions are, what their allegiance is to the kingdom of heaven. Again, speaking as a Christian, theologically. I have not received any information from them. So I cannot make a theological judgment in regard to these beings. Now, if they disembarked from the saucer, walked up to me and said, we want you to know that Jesus of Nazareth was not the Messiah. He did not die on the cross, and he was not resurrected. That's just a farce or something like that. Now I have substance. Now I have something that I can evaluate over and against the doctrines of Scripture and over against my faith in Christ. And then I can make a determination and say, well, that is clearly, from my theological perspective, that is clearly deceitful. And these beings, their intention here is obviously to deceive me. And then I could conclude what their allegiance is. So I'm very careful. I don't make blanket statements because I can only evaluate things. I can only evaluate clear and concise messaging. Now, much of the messaging that has come forward, allegedly from extraterrestrials, involves contactees rather than abductees. Now, let me say that there are abductees, and maybe this is your experience, Fringe. There are abductees who have received messages and who believe that they've received messages regarding things that are very anti-biblical. And I have no reason to doubt that. I don't. I would believe you if you told me. However, I don't think that's normative. However, having said that, in the contactee phenomenon, that is normative. And the contactee phenomenon is quite different than the abductee phenomenon. Contactees are people who claim to be in telepathic communication with extraterrestrials. And this involves automatic writing, this involves spiritualism, this involves sometimes seances. This is much more like spiritualism. And I think that the contactee phenomenon gets conflated with the abductee phenomenon. In my mind, abductees and contactees are not in the same category. This goes all the way back to George Adamski, back in, I think it was 1940s, who believed that he was being contacted by benevolent space brothers, that sometimes they would pick him up and take him on joyrides on board their vessels. This is where a lot of the information is, the anti-biblical information comes from. And it's not all that different from theosophists such as Helena Blavatsky and her acolytes like Alice Bailey, who have muses, who have various ascended masters who they claim they're in contact with, and who they communicate with, again, through the procedures of spiritualism. And you get automatic writing, and, it involves seances, and it involves all kinds of things that we would classify today as New Age, right? I think there's, especially among people who are just now getting caught up to speed here with the UFO phenomenon and alien abduction, and we all know, I would assume that most of us have been in this field for a long time, and are well versed in all of this. But you know, for somebody just getting into this, it's very easy to conflate contactees with abductees and spiritualism with physical abductions. And the reason why I always tend to go to abductions whenever I talk, by the way, I should insert this. One of the things that I'm advocating for when I interface with people at the governmental level, congressmen and others, is I'm trying to inform some of these individuals about the abduction phenomenon, because this is an area, this is a facet of the phenomenon that they're definitely not talking about at those levels. But I think it's the heart of I think it's the epicenter of the whole thing, and I think it's the most important facet of the phenomenon. That's why I'm quite astonished that there are groups within ufology that are working hard to convince everybody that alien abduction is not real, or for that matter, that it's not happening anymore, because it is. And you know what? I'm just going to zip my lips and listen to you guys for a while, because I have just been rambling endlessly.
No,
and
I love it, and that's exactly what we want. For everybody in the room, those of you who are not familiar with Doom Spaces, if you're in the queue, we do the first half, first 3 quarters, just a deep interview, and then we let people up for live Q&A. We do have a post where Timothy, Tiff, and Fringe and I are tagged. I think it's the second post from the left in the nest. It's in the pill as well. If you can post your questions in there that you want us to hit in the interview, in case you can't make it for the live Q&A, just put it in there, and we'll do our best to pay attention to it. Otherwise, sit back and enjoy the show. Tim, I wanted to ask you I actually wanted you to dive deeper on this. Why are contactees abductees in your view? And would you include in that even psychonauts in the psychedelic realm, people who are modern day Terence McKenna's? Would you also consider those contactees? And why do you view this as the core of how we learn about the phenomenon?
Yes, I would view that group as contactees. So from what I've gathered, there's a growing movement, there's a growing opinion, let's say, that the abduction phenomenon has migrated from being a physical phenomenon to more of a what'd you call it, a astro, what'd you call it, what was the word you used?
Like I don't know what I used. Psychonaut.
Right, like psychonaut, or like a
based abduction or something.
Yeah, so like astral abduction or something like that. That the phenomenon has sort of migrated, as I said, from being a physical phenomenon to more of a spiritual, or something in that realm. I don't think that's true. I think what we're seeing here is the conflation, as I said earlier, of contactees with abductees. As I said, the beginning of this conversation, I interface with a lot of abductees, and the majority of whom are Christians, by the way. And just because of the nature of the work I do, they feel comfortable coming to me. They certainly can't go to their pastors in most cases, so they come to me. And they tell me their stories, and these people are desperately, by the way, looking for community. And they're looking for people that they can relate with, and that they can relate to, and that they can discuss these experiences with. A safe place where they're not going to be
sanity.
Yeah,
sanity as well, right?
Yes.
If you're being gaslit by everybody, I think people are looking just for some sanity, so they know maybe they're partly going crazy, but their experience of even going crazy might not even be of their doing, or their psychological fragility.
Correct.
Sorry to butt in.
Absolutely right. That's correct. Yeah. And so I talk to these people all the time. I mean, my inbox fills up all the time. I went on Michael Knowles, the Daily Wire, and talked about alien abduction. He wanted to talk to me about alien abduction. In hindsight, it was probably wasn't the greatest idea, because he couldn't even get past like the UFO phenomenon is real, and here we are talking about alien abduction. But after that, I told Michael, I said, Michael, you may not you may not buy any of this, but you're going to get blasted. You're going to get contacted by a lot of abductees. And it happened. And many abductees were chiming in the comments. And then I had a flood of emails that came in, and I still do to this day, because this is a topic that I'm clearly very interested in and I'm talking about all the time. So many of the abductees who contact me, it's apparent that their abductions are ongoing. That some of them, let me put it this way. There's a friend of mine. I have a friend who I've known for some time, and my wife and I were very close to he and his wife, and our families were very close. And I had always suspected that at least he and his children were abductees. And this individual and his family were Christians, but I'd always suspected that they were abductees based on just some subtle clues that would pop up during conversations, and some dreams that they would have, and some experiences that they would have, and I never really told them that, because I didn't want to disturb them, but I'd always was persuaded that they were abductees. And the years went by. I've known this individual probably for 15 years. And recently, after 15 years or so, he was here in Bozeman with me, and he was at my house. And he walked into my office. I was working on a presentation, and he walked into my office, and he said, "Hey, I forgot to tell you." And I should say that this individual is very much familiar with Karla Turner and all because he and I would always talk about that stuff, and we were sort of reading some of this material at the same time. And so he said, "Hey, I forgot to tell you." And his eyes got really big. He said, "They came and got me." And I looked at him puzzled. "What do you mean they? Who are you talking about? What do you mean they came and got you?" He said, "Tim, the Greys, they came and got me." And I was sort of in shock. And he walked up to me, said, "Look." He pulled up his sleeve, and on his, I believe it was his forearm, was the delta, the three dots, the typical delta.
The
triangle.
Pinpricks.
That's right. Yeah, that's the typical abduction mark that so many abductees have. He said, "Tim, they came the other month. I was having sort of fitful sleep, and I had this weird dream, and I'm not sure if it was a dream." And then, of course, he related something that's just very, very typical, right, of an abduction episode. A foggy recollection that clearly had elements of screen memory material in it. And I'm sitting there looking at this mark on his arm, and he said, "Man," he said, "this thing was a lot, more noticeable about a month ago. It's fading." And he's just sitting, and he just says, he said, I'm an abductee. And that had happened that happened this year. And so I'm continually getting reports that people are being taken routinely. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the phenomenon has to some extent decreased in frequency. I don't know. I don't know that I could make that determination, but it certainly has not ceased. That I can guarantee you. And we're talking about physical abduction. So one of the trademarks of alien abduction is that you are physically removed from the point of abduction. You're physically removed. And this detail is emphasized by the aforementioned. I'm gonna leave Mac out of this because he was more in the psychological realm with all of this. But this detail is emphasized. The detail of the physical removal from the point of abduction, emphasized by Hopkins, Turner, and Jacobs, and it is the trademark of alien abduction. You are abducted in the physical sense. It is not akin to a near-death. And I know I may be offending some people here. I don't know. I have no idea what your guys' positions are on any of this. So forgive me if I'm
our
causing offense
position
here.
is that we try to make being offended and defending people as indulgent and enjoyable as possible. So just don't hold back.
Okay.
And we're here for your thoughts, Tim. We're not really here for ours. We want to hear what you think.
Well, I'm very much curious about your thoughts as well. But so so I don't believe that alien abduction has anything to do with a psychedelic experience or near-death experience or demonic possession or any of that. It is, in every sense of the word, a corporeal experience. You are physically taken from the point of abduction. You are brought onto a physical craft where you are subjected to physical procedures. The whole experience is exceedingly physical. And then, as you all know, abductees, when they're returned to the point of abduction, sometimes the Greys forget to put their clothes back on. Sometimes their clothes are on backwards. Sometimes they're wearing somebody else's clothes. Sometimes they're left, if they're taken from their bed. Sometimes the Greys put them in their backyard on their patio, and they wake up laying on the ground. Or sometimes abductees have to break back into their house. Sometimes abductees are dropped in a field next to their house. The whole experience is physical. I just got an email from somebody who was telling me that they had observed their neighbor being abducted. That there was a saucer hovering above their neighbor's house, and it was beaming. It was discharging a bluish white beam down into the house, and this individual was being abducted. It's just, the whole thing is physical. And I don't understand. Well, I suppose I do. I do understand why it's increasingly being conflated with all of the aforementioned phenomena. And then there's this situation in which people who are under the influence of psychedelics encounter gray aliens specifically, and other things, the machine elves and all the usual suspects, but sometimes they encounter gray aliens. And this seems to be, it doesn't seem to be, it's certainly not,
it's not ubiquitous.
It's not ubiquitous. It happens. I wouldn't even say it's common, but it certainly happens. And I've heard people who've had these experiences during ayahuasca sessions. For example, I don't think it's exclusive to ayahuasca. Probably happens with psilocybin and other psychedelics. And I think what's happening, my opinion is that what's happening is psychedelics appears to be a method by which screen memories can be circumvented. Because you go into the subconscious mind when you're on psychedelics. Psychedelics is a very perceptual experience. And I like something I think that you said, Fringe, which we should always keep in mind, is that it is apparent that these beings have the ability to control, to manipulate our perception. That is a massive part of this phenomenon. And in fact, Carla Turner, in her writing, she talked about VRS scenarios, virtual reality scenarios, quite a bit. And of course, Turner was herself an abductee and her family. And she described how these beings have the ability to generate full-blown virtual reality scenarios that you can interact with, or you think you're interacting with, to such an extent that you can have somebody who's being engaged on this level, on this perceptual manipulation, these virtual reality scenario, who's being engaged by this phenomenon, and they're seeing something, they're hearing something, they're interacting with something that people around them are unaware of. So it's targeted, and that is a big piece of the puzzle here. But going back to what I was saying, I lost my train of thought. But the point is, the psychedelics. So I think what's happening with the psychedelics, and this is just my opinion, this is just my hypothesis, because you're in this subconscious perceptual world, when you take ayahuasca, you don't go anywhere. You're laying, swooning on the ground, occasionally puking into the bucket. But your subconscious, your mind, you are in a perceptual world. All of that is extremely subjective. Okay, so it's happening subjectively. I could be standing next to you. You could be, in the midst of an intense ayahuasca experience, where you are communicating with whatever, seeing all different kinds of colors and shapes and communicating with spirits of the jungle or whatever. And in your mind, you are on this galactic trip. But to me, from my perspective, you're laying in the fetal position on a mat, in a hut in the jungle. You didn't go anywhere. So from my perspective, you are there. You are under the influence of a psychedelic. From your perspective, as the person on the trip, you're gone. Your perceptual environment has completely changed. You're not seeing what I'm seeing. You're no longer laying on the floor in this hut. You come in and out, I understand, but for the most part, you're somewhere else. Now, the question is, where is that somewhere else? Where is it? Is it a place? Is it a loci? Is it somewhere that you have literally gone to? Has your astral body departed from your physical body? Has it gone somewhere? Or is this a perceptual experience that's happening in your mind? That's a function of consciousness, let's say. Maybe not happening in your mind, but it's a function of consciousness. We're talking about things that nobody really understands here. So, let alone me. When people interact with things in that world, there's a couple of things happening. This is a world that I would equate with a dreamscape. It's very much like a dreamscape, very much like a near-death experience. You haven't gone anywhere physically, but from your perception, you are somewhere else. And this is the environment in which people sometimes encounter gray aliens. And so what I think is happening, and again, this is just, you guys tell me what you think, this is just a hypothesis. I think that because this is a subliminal experience that's happening in your subconscious, it has the power to circumvent screen memories, psychedelics. And you can start to recover some of the real memories, the faces of your abductors, for example, some of the experiences that you had. All abductees, for example, experience, what in the earlier abduction material is described as a mind scan. David Jacobs attempts to give it a little bit more of a technical term. He calls it neural engagement, where either a gray or a insectolin places their face right up against yours, like nose to nose, basically, even though grays really don't have noses. And their eyes are just right up against your eyes, and they're gazing into your eyes, and they're probably extracting information telepathically, but also implanting information and implanting screen memories. And I think that, like I said, and I'll end with this, I think that, the psychedelic experience is perhaps a mode of circumventing the mind scan, neural engagement, screen memory implantation. And tell me what you guys think about that. I'm just winging it here. This isn't something that I would bet my life on. I'm just throwing ideas out there.
No, I asked you, and I appreciate you're willing to conjecture. I want to hear Fringe and Tiff's and Christopher's thoughts, but I'm somebody who's broken through on DMT 20 to 30 times. I've had not many, but 3 ayahuasca ceremonies. I agree, it is obviously a deeply subjective experience. I think depending on what substance you're doing, it can go beyond just psychedelic, meaning mind manifesting or making your subconscious more physically tangible, right? That's what the word psychedelic means. I think if you're dealing with things that are like LSD or maybe mushrooms, you're dealing with something that's more psychedelic. And if you're dealing with something like DMT and ayahuasca, you're dealing with something that is psychedelic, but also I think is, how you say that our original genetic form was probably much more capable of psi abilities. And one of the common themes you'll get from people, even on things like LSD, is that you're not just dealing with something hallucinatory, but you're also dealing with something that's sharpening. There are the sharpening of senses, so your ability to imagine things in your head. There are people who are deaf, and on LSD, they could hear the footsteps of ants, and it sounded like construction hammers, really loud. And there seems to have been an artificial, at least from my point of view, intervention in the human genome, not to evolutionarily progress us, but actually to devolve us. And I think that there are firewalls in place, where we still have some of our inherited hardware, but firewalls in place that have prevented us from our full access, in terms of sensory fidelity, in terms of psychic ability. And I think if you just take a really basic example, something like a processor in a computer, or brain waves oscillating at a certain frequency, I think there's something going on with people on DMT. It's known to be the most neurogenic compound. There's nothing that grows brain cells as fast as DMT. I think these people are tuning in part to a real aspect of physical reality, that our sensory perception is just cut off from. So I do agree with you that somebody can be transforming into a leopard and they're not really transforming into a leopard. But I also think that there are a real, and I don't mean this in a woo way, I just mean this in a hardcore physics way. I think there's real physical parts of the electromagnetic spectrum. If you think of terahertz, it's just a little bit outside of infrared, which is just a little bit outside of red. I think we used to have access to them, and I think psychedelics turns off the parts of the brain that are the control system preventing you from having full access. Let me know if that makes any sense to you, but I think people are making some genuine entity contact there, some genuine access to physical reality, and absolutely some hallucination. And the last thing I would add is these experiences, when you do certain substances at a certain dose, the physical experience is more real than anything you will ever feel in terms of sensory experience, in an ordinary state of consciousness.
I think I agree with all of that. That's very well said. So here's another facet of this, here's another hypothesis. So I tend to think that there exists something like an internet of consciousness. And
I agree. Yeah.
we can think of it very much like the internet that we're all familiar with, that we're using right now to communicate. So right now we're all communicating vocally over the internet as if we were sitting in the same room. But of course, we're not sitting in the same room. There's hundreds of people on this call, or over 100 people on this call. And we're all in different places, different parts of the earth, certainly different parts of the United States. And yet here we are. All of our consciousnesses, all of our minds are interacting. And this is happening through the agency of technology. I mean, at its most fundamental level, through the manipulation of electrons, right? So we have an internet through which our consciousness can, which our conscious minds can interact right now. This isn't, and it has nothing to do with supernaturalism. It's technological. So in the same way, I think that there is, and I'm going to use this term because I don't have any other terms at hand. There's sort of like a psychic internet of consciousness.
A noosphere?
Something perhaps like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Perhaps something like that, although I would not agree with the theological propositions from Teilhard de Chardin, who came up with the noosphere, but something like that, where
some sort of human internet that's also
yes,
wireless. Yeah,
an internet of consciousness, where you can tap into it, and when you can plug in, let's say, you can Ethernet into it, and psychedelics may be a way to do that. And that's and by the way, this is why I think there's a prohibition in the Bible against this kind of activity, because you mentioned a firewall. I think that's a very astute observation. It seems as if there is a firewall that has been intentionally installed in human biology to inhibit us from consciously accessing this internet of consciousness. And I think it's for our protection. That's just my opinion. But this internet of consciousness, you can Ethernet into it, right? You can plug into it. And when you're connected, when your consciousness is connected into this field or whatever it is, you are then, it's possible then to communicate with other consciousnesses that are also plugged in. And just the way we're communicating right now. It doesn't necessarily mean you've gone to a different realm or something like that. Rather, you've plugged into an internet. And all of us, we're not all in the same place, right? As I said earlier, I'm sitting in Bozeman, Montana. You guys are sitting wherever you are. We haven't gathered in the same place, but we are communicating through the same medium. So essentially, let's put it this way. Essentially, if there is an internet of consciousness, and if ayahuasca, for example, is one of the ways in which you can plug in, you can get online, then there you are, curled into in the fetal position, laying on the floor in the hut in the jungle. Your consciousness may very well be communicating with, and certainly you could be communicating with spiritual beings. I'm not gonna
I think it could be
disallow that
anything, right?
possibility, but you certainly could also be. There's nothing prohibiting the idea that you could be communicating with a biological being sitting somewhere on the surface of Mars, who's also plugged in to the internet of consciousness, right? Just in the same way that all of us are communicating right now from different locations. And I think it's this communicative world where you can receive not just audio messages like we are right now, but very much like the internet, video, visual communications, audio communications, but also communications that transcend what we can do with the internet through technology. Communications that involve your feelings, communications that are telepathic, communications that are empathic, communications that involve symbolism, and again, almost like a dreamscape, where you're seeing things, like you said, like you feel like you're a jaguar or whatever, and so you're in this space, you've plugged in. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to communicate with anything, but you can. That's the point. Sometimes you do. And I've never taken ayahuasca, but I've interviewed a lot of, I can say this, I've interviewed a lot of shamans in Peru and people who've taken ayahuasca. And one of the things that I'm most intrigued about is the phenomenon where you can have, 5 different people having the same experience at the same time on psychedelics, specifically ayahuasca, where they all see the same thing, right? They all experience the same thing. And of course, they're all laying there on the floor, and me as the external observer, I don't see what they're seeing, but they're all seeing the same thing in this perceptive realm. And this perceptive...
The shaman knows, right? The shaman will often take the substance and will know, what they're experiencing.
Yes,
sometimes.
That's true. That's true, yes. So it's like, again, the best way I can think of it is it's an internet of consciousness. The reason why everybody has the same experience is because they're all plugged in. Just like, as if they're all watching the same video on YouTube. That's probably a very crude analogy, but the point is that I think that because somebody encounters a gray alien, say, on psychedelics, the assumption then is that, I communicated with a gray alien, or people communicate with gray aliens on psychedelics. Therefore, gray aliens are spiritual beings. I think that's not the correct conclusion, because
it's reductive and simplistic.
Yeah, that being, maybe physical being, who simply is interacting through the same medium, with the same medium that you are, and presenting itself in the same way that if I'm calling you on Zoom or whatever on what's it called on the iPhone, whatever it's called, the FaceTime. If I'm FaceTiming you and you accept my call, what do you see on your phone? You see my face. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm a spiritual entity, because I'm not actually in the room with you. It just means that you've received my broadcast, my signal, and now you're interacting with me. So I don't even know why I'm talking about this, but I do find it very intriguing, and I do think that there is something like an internet of consciousness. And I think, and I'll say this, personally, I believe that it's rather dangerous to plug yourself in. Why? Because you're dealing with entities, intelligences that are far superior to you, that are much older and much more intelligent than you are. And so we open ourselves up to manipulation. We are very easily manipulated. Human beings are very easily manipulated because we are very emotional creatures. And so it's very easy to manipulate us with feelings, for example. I can't judge feelings, by the way. Going back to being able to judge based on a theological framework, judge somebody's experience, or the hypothetical that I gave you guys of, you know, these beings who disembark from a UFO and come up and talk to me. Well, I'll give you a real world example here. Jake Barber famously testified to having encountered let's call it the presence, the consciousness of a being in a craft that he was transporting, right, on his lead line beneath his helicopter. He told this to Ross Coulthart and others. And during this encounter, he didn't see what was inside of the craft, but he felt the personality. He engaged with the personality of the being inside of the craft. And he described it as a feminine energy, a divine feminine energy and whatever. And it brings him to tears when he discusses this encounter. And I listened very carefully, very intently. And I did, by the way, I did a YouTube video on that, and it got copyright struck by News Nation. And so I had to put it in my members community. But I listened very carefully to that exchange between Barber and Coulthart. And I listened for messaging, because all I got from Barber were emotions. This is how it made him feel. This is how he interpreted his feelings. And that means nothing to me. I have nothing there. There's nothing qualitative to judge from a theological perspective in that encounter. Okay, so there was some presence that made you feel warm and fuzzy, and you'd interpret as a divine presence. It felt effeminate. Why did it feel effeminate? Maybe because you felt feelings of love and warmth and whatever. Well, that's a very subjective experience. There is no theological commentary that I could offer to such an experience, because there's no message other than I got the warm and fuzzies while transporting this craft. And I'm not making light of Barber's experience, but so that my point is, it would make sense to me if you were Jacob Barber and you're 100 feet, you know, you're in a helicopter 100 feet above this craft that's connected to your helicopter on the lead line, and there's a being inside of this craft that's highly telepathic and empathic, and that being is connecting with you. For what purpose? Who knows? Maybe to try and convince you to cut the lead line. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe to deceive you. I don't know. Maybe because the being is benevolent, or is it malevolent? Who the heck knows? The point is, I catch a lot of flack from people because I don't make theological assessments of things that don't give me enough information to make such theological assessments. And in the same way, people who interact with things in a near-death experience or what have you, I have no idea the complexity.
I really appreciate that about you, Tim. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I appreciate that about you. I'm not a Christian. We keep on debating, Fringe, Tiff and I, whether most of our audience is Christian or not. We need to do a poll. But even from a non-theological lens, first of all, I agree. Yeah, psychedelics are incredibly dangerous, and you can't just say, "Oh yeah, go ahead and do it." And I also don't refute that if something has access to your full neurology, you can even experience pain, right, on these substances. They can make you, there's something in the DMT realm known as a hyper slap, where if you go in and you don't take the realm seriously, you don't go in with a serious intention or with reverence, they will punish you. They'll kick you out. And if you go back in again, they will actually torture people. People have experienced like getting their eyeballs cut off and being chopped up limb by limb, and this didn't really happen, but they felt all of the pain of such torture. And so anything that has that access to your psyche and your neurology can obviously make you feel, see, think, believe anything. And I think what you said has validity, even if you're not of any religion. If you're dealing with an entity, there should be a negotiation of trust, right? If something can telepathically have a conversation with you, it should be intelligent enough to negotiate trust. Here's some information. Here's why it's falsifiable. Is it telling you you're a good person, you're a bad person? Is it giving you something actionable? Right? I mean, this is something that we negotiate with animals as well. And I think it's really important to have that perspective where if you can't stick something in a theological box or in a scientific box, that you're not forced into saying, oh yeah, it's all angels, it's all demons, it's all non-physical, it's all spiritual. I don't know why we're so eager to collapse the phenomenon into one homogenous thing, right? And I love that you don't do that.
Yes, and I think you made a very astute analogy there. I said, one of the reasons why I think there's a prohibition in the Bible of making contact, it's called divination in the Bible, trying to inquire of non-human intelligence, is broadly speaking called divination, other than Yahweh, is precisely because it's like a chimpanzee interacting with a nuclear scientist, with a rocket scientist, let's say, or nuclear physicist. That's something like that, right? And we're the chimpanzee in that scenario. And just in the same way we can manipulate a chimpanzee or a dog or any kind of an animal with treats and food and whatever else, we can be manipulated. And we have no defense against that manipulation. We literally have no defense because we have no idea what we're dealing with. We have no idea who's on the other side of that phone call and what their intentions are. And we certainly cannot judge the intentions of these beings by how they make us feel. If I were a psychopathic serial murderer, I could make you feel really good before I cut your head off. I mean, I could make you feel like I'm your best friend and take you out and buy you dinner and whatever, but the whole time my intention is to murder you. So the problem is too many people are making judgments based on feelings, how things make them feel. And that's just not, that's why we're so easily manipulated, human beings, because we're so given to our emotions that we are easily controlled by them. And that's a real danger. And I would say, from my perspective, I thank God that there are forces, that there are agencies that are protecting mankind. And I truly believe there are, from the malevolent forces that would otherwise completely destroy us, completely enslave us and manipulate us. And I believe the only reason that hasn't happened is because there is divine agency protecting us. And that means the earth and the inhabitants thereof. And the problem is when we willfully and willingly engage with entities that we cannot comprehend, we invite their influence into our lives, and we open ourselves up to manipulation from, as I said before, exceedingly ancient and intelligent entities. And again, we have no idea what their motives are, except to say that we know for sure, biblically speaking, that some of them are absolutely nefarious, utterly nefarious. Nefarious isn't even, there is no word, I think, in the human language that can capture how malignant and sinister and wicked and evil, all these adjectives that these beings are, some of these beings, right? So obviously that's not the full constellation of characters. If you subscribe to the biblical narrative, then you know that greater are those who are with you than those who are against you. In other words, the forces, the beneficent forces are much more numerous than the the maleficent forces. In other words, there are more good guys than bad guys. There are more good angels than bad angels. And angels are very, as I often say, angel is an occupational descriptor. Doesn't describe the nature of something. It's just the occupation, namely a messenger. So I'm not one who says, well, the universe is full of evil beings that are trying to deceive us. No, there are evil beings in the universe that want to deceive us. But that doesn't make up the full constellation of things that are out there, of non-human intelligences that are out there. And again, I think that the good guys are defending us to some extent, except for when we willfully engage and when we willfully invite these entities that don't have our best interests in mind, when we willfully invite them into our domain, and especially when we make transactions with them. And I'm talking specifically about like the Eisenhower affair, so the so-called Greada contract, where maybe, and I actually think this happened, and most of the ufologists who I talked to actually believe this was a true incident, that Eisenhower did make a transaction with gray aliens, probably, in regard to abductions in exchange for technology. So that's the kind of a scenario where we get into bed with powers, agencies that we cannot comprehend, and we cannot trust. I mean, we can barely trust human beings who we can see. I'm very much defensive. Contrary to some of the opinions out there about me, I'm very much defensive against contact with entities, because I'm the chimpanzee and they're the nuclear physicist. And I believe that the biblical prohibition against contact is precisely for our protection. Adam would not have had a problem. Okay, going back to what I said in the beginning, Adam was much more magnificent than we are. He was the prototypical human being. So our antediluvian antecedents, I think, would have had no problem. But however, having said that, let me revise what I just said.
Adam had a
antecedents,
really big problem, though, Tim.
I was about to say,
even in all of his
revise it.
magnificence.
Yes. Let me revise that here. So Adam, what I meant to say was Adam was able, I think, was communicating, was interfacing, fellowshipping with who I would describe as his elder siblings, the other sons of God, who are non-human. And then that was what he did. He was communicating with them. And that's part of what got him in trouble, because he came into contact with somebody or something that corrupted him. And it was non-human intelligence, make no mistake about it, corrupted him and deceived him and Eve. And whether you take the Garden of Eden story literally or whether you take it as an allegory, the point is Adam and Eve came into contact with a non-human intelligence that deceived them, even in their exalted estate, even though they were much more, I would say, intellectually and physically robust than we are today. Even in that condition, they were deceived. So we have to be very careful, is I guess what I'm saying.
I want to give Christophorus and Fringe a chance to jump in, and then I'd like to dive deeper into what makes you so confident that the power balance is in favor of the good in terms of presence that we experience here, because I think that's very interesting. I'm usually arguing the opposite.
Could I take a 30-second break?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
We can buy some time. Take all the time you need.
I'll be back in 30.
Yeah. Just unmute and let us know when you're back. Fringe, Christophorus, what are you guys thinking?
Wow. I'm really enjoying this. I'm really enjoying the conversation. I'm really enjoying the way he thinks. Of course, I have many, many thoughts on the things he said, but people can hear my thoughts in 100 other places, and today's not about my thoughts. So, very, very interesting conversation so far. I'm looking forward to the rest of it. I'm hoping he will be sticking around past the next 10 minutes, which I think we had about 2 hours when we started this, especially because we haven't gotten to any questions yet.
Christophorus, what are your thoughts so far?
Really grateful for this and lots of good discussion so far. I'm looking forward to, for anyone that's been paying attention on Twitter for the last couple of weeks with Alberino, there's been some controversy, there's been some shenanigans, and there's this intra-Christian debate about the nature of aliens and are they demons? Are they demonic? Are they extraterrestrial? Are they biological entities? Are they, the nature is very much in question. And I think that some of the stuff that Tim just said might actually be a really helpful bridge for this sort of stuck, polarized discussion when he's talking about the notion of an internet of consciousness and the prohibition about accessing it. I think that is maybe a simply different semantic paradigm for discussing what these other people mean by a spiritual realm occupied by entities that are, malevolent and that gain access to us through tapping into that in ways that we're not, prepared for or supposed to. And I'm curious to pose a couple questions on that topic because there's been such a stalemate and the sides don't talk to each other or don't listen to each other. And I think we've all got to, acknowledge the complexity of the UFO topic. I think speaking from a Christian UFO like literate researcher perspective, we need a theory that accounts for all the data, not one that reduces it to pre-held conceptions or tries to shoehorn it into a particular narrow worldview. I think we need one that does justice to all of the data. And in my opinion, the data include both material and spiritual components in a very complicated and bizarre way that almost explodes anyone's paradigm to begin with. So I don't know if Tim's back, but
I'm back.
I would like, okay. I don't know how much of that heard.
Well, no, I want to tell you, I totally agree with what you're saying there. I totally agree.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of times in Christian ufology, it's very reductive and doesn't account for all the data. And I really appreciated what you said on the ideas of the internet of consciousness and prohibitions to accessing it because we're not, kind of leveled up. We're not in a condition to be engaging. It's kind of like a fish out of water, you can get on land, but you can't really perform right there. And anyway,
it's a good analogy.
I just wanted to, I do come at a little bit of a different angle and interpretation on the phenomenon than you, Tim, and I'm not here to debate or, go in depth on my views today, but I just do want to bring up, I think, what's an important question. Here's just for everyone listening, an important, like maybe alternative framework that some Christian ufologists maybe understand these phenomenon by would be, I'm talking particular about abduction experiencers. You laid out this kind of a understanding of people who have an innate biological kind of DNA predisposition to telepathic abilities or things like that. And that is one of the things that provokes alien interest in certain bloodlines. And I am more predisposed to think there's another layer to that, which isn't just about DNA and inherited heredity or whatever, but involves exactly this permission and access and tapping into that internet of consciousness illicitly, that there may be an element of permission granted, whether by an individual or their ancestors, that connected them with this realm and sort of put them on the map. And through one of these illicit contact protocols that are prohibited, whether that's occult activity, there's a whole variety of things. But I've noticed a high degree of correlation in many experiencers' lives with practices that would be prohibited in the Bible along those lines, engaging in New Age practices, tarot readings, transcendental meditation, making contact with other outside entities, Freemasonry, the types of things that would set off an alarm bell for an exorcist doing a kind of personal inventory are often present in that person's life or in their family history. I've found when I ask the questions, in a lot of cases, that's there. And so, it raises the question for me how much the gray aliens might be aligned with those spiritual forces, whatever their nature. And the gray aliens may not be demons themselves, but are on that team potentially. But I guess what I'm driving at here is, an alternative view is the reason access is happening is because, or abductions are taking place. Maybe this is a hypothesis. It be because someone personally or in their family background has invited that access into their life, and this is something exorcists deal with. You got to close all the doors. You got to find the source that granted permission, and repent and shut it off. And now I know that you deal with a lot of Christian experiencers, so I'm wondering if you see any of these kind of trends there. I know in Fringe's life, like this is something we've talked about. There's certainly reasons that they would have accessed her based on her ancestry and what they were up to. But you've mentioned Christian abductees and having like pastors and so forth, like devout people. So this is part of the debate. Is it some sort of spiritual activity that gave access to these beings, or are they just doing whatever they want because they can? And I think you've got stories. I would like to hear your thoughts on this overall, but any stories you have of particular individuals who are Christian, who maybe have searched for any spiritual reason these things might be in their life and have come up empty-handed and can't get the experiences to stop. Can you share some specific examples? Because I think Christian experiencers get thrown under the bus by Christians. If you only had enough faith, you could stop these things.
Oh, yes.
I don't think that's right.
Oh, yes. And that's my primary problem. When, of course, we've all been exposed to what I would consider a trope, that gray alien, that abduction episodes cease when you invoke the name of Jesus. That this is presented as a formulaic, as a formulaic remedy, so to speak, to the abduction episode, and it simply is not true. And I don't say that because I'm trying to discourage people or discourage people from invoking the name of Christ during an abduction episode. I certainly would, and I'm not saying that there hasn't been situations in which invoking the name of Christ has brought an abduction experience, has caused it to cease. But first of all, you have to consult with the data. And most of the people who make this claim do not consult with the data, have not familiarized themselves with abduction research. They are repeating a trope that they heard on the internet. And if that trope is true, then it's a confirmation of their particular view of the phenomenon. And so what they like to do is they like to take that. Whenever I talk about abduction, invariably I get lots of people who post in the comments that alien abduction is stopped by rebuking them in the name of Jesus, or something along those lines, right? And this has been perpetuated by different people, like Gary Bates in his film. I think it's called Alien Intrusion, and maybe a accompanying book, and others. And it's perpetuated by people I respect, like Joe Jordan, the MUFON investigator, and 𝗖𝗵𝗿𝗀𝗀 and individuals like that, who I have no axe to grind with these people at all. I just think that the claim is inaccurate based on the body of research, number one, and then number two, based on the fact that it just simply isn't true in plenty of abductees' lives. First of all, referencing that body of abduction research, there are cases in which the abductees are Christians, and they wrestle with their abductors in the sense that they try and rebuke them in the name of Jesus or whatever, or invoke some sort of a biblical verse or something like that. And in every case that I've read from the material, the abductors, usually gray aliens. There may be a difference here, by the way. I know I'm very familiar with Ted Wright's story, and I know that you guys have interacted with Ted a lot. There may be a difference here between your typical gray alien abduction and an abductions happening by other groups, such as the Draconians, some of these other groups that are alleged to exist, which I don't know whether they do or don't, but we should say that right up front. Not every single abduction experience people have is the same thing. I should say that. So, but as it pertains to the typical gray alien abduction, the breeding program, the physical abduction scenario, it's certainly not the case. It is not a true statement that the abduction experience is halted by invoking the name of Jesus. And I'm going to say a couple of things about this to demonstrate that this is not the case. I appealed to the abduction material in which you can find cases where that's clearly not the case. And when I say abduction material, I'm referencing the old school researchers whose names I mentioned previously. But then also, I have individuals who come to me, again, as I said, the vast majority of whom are Christians, and they're quite distraught precisely because they have tried everything in their power to interrupt the abduction episode, to no avail. And I even had a scenario in which one of these individuals who's a pastor, he's experienced this ongoing abduction episodes, and he's concerned his kids are being abducted, and they very likely are. And he had to sort of wrestle through this crisis of faith, because in his mind, if these are demons, is what I think what he supposed in the beginning, and he is aggressively rebuking them in the name of Jesus, and they're not fleeing, the episode isn't being interrupted, then it is a what's the term I'm looking for here? It is a reflection of his inadequacy, the inadequacy of his faith in Christ.
Yeah,
that's a very tortured way to say it, but you know what I'm saying. That this somehow reflects that he's not really a believer, because were he a true believer, then obviously rebuking the gray alien in the name of Jesus would solve the problem. And this is I'm sorry, but this is ignorance. And what it's doing is it's doing violence to Christians who do believe in Christ but happen to be abductees. And this is why Christians don't talk about their experiences. This is why Christian abductees don't talk to their pastors or to their friends, because there's a level of abject ignorance as it pertains to this subject, and there's this invocative formula that is just plastered all over social media that, don't worry, if you're a Christian, you can rebuke these things and they go away. So what happens if they don't? That's the question. What happens if they don't? And the problem is that most abductees, not all abductees, but most abductees only remember the beginning and the end of an abduction experience as a seamless event. In other words, the moment they're lifted off the bed, or the moment that they have first contact with the grays in their bedroom, wherever they happen to be, that's the first recollection. And then the last recollection is being returned to the bed or to the point of abduction. And they have no memory of the of what transpired in the interim. So it's like it becomes a seam, and Bud Hopkins pointed this out a long time ago, becomes a seamless memory. The beginning of the abduction episode and the end. And so what that means is if you're an abductee and, you know, the grays show up in your bedroom, you see a little gray alien at the foot of your bed, you know an abduction episode is commencing. And so if you're a person of a Christian persuasion, you start to rebuke them. Most of the time, by the way, you're completely immobilized before the grays show up. Not in every case, but most of the time, the abductee is completely immobilized. They can't speak, and they certainly can't move. So the grays show up after the abductee has been immobilized. Again, not in every case, but in most cases. So what's happening usually is the abductee is thinking, they're mentally projecting the name of Christ because you can't speak. So and then they're being lifted off their bed, they're projecting in their mind the name of Christ, and then the next thing they know, they're being returned to their pillow. And so they interpret that as a seamless event. But in reality, what happened was they were lifted off their bed, they were taken through the window, up into the craft, laid out on the table, and the typical procedure, abduction procedures took place on the craft. And then they were returned to their bed afterward, as has happened many, many times throughout the course of their lives. And so this is then interpreted in the mind of the abductee that invocative formula worked because they can't remember what happened in the interim. I think that's happening quite a lot. And in my estimation, even some of these individuals who are the most ardent proponents of this invocative formula are themselves abductees trying to wrestle out this phenomenon in their lives, you know, as Christians. And so I would say that the fact that you are an abductee has no bearing whatsoever on your faith in Christ. None. And this is something that, again, the abductees who come to me, who happen to be Christians, not all of them, but many of them, this is the number one problem. They're having a crisis of faith. And they don't know how to interpret what's happening because they want it to be a demonic experience. Because if it's a demonic experience, then they have a way to stop it, right? Invoking the name of Christ. And by the way, that's not necessarily even true. I mean, I think we forget that in the biblical narrative, there's at least one case in which Jesus's own disciples were not having success in attempting to cast out a demon. I mean, these are the disciples of Christ, and they ask Jesus. There's a couple of verses that detail this experience, Matthew 17, Mark 9. They ask him, why could we not cast it out, this demon that they were having trouble with? And Jesus replied, this kind does not go out except by prayer and fasting. So even in the scriptures, invoking the name of Jesus is not a silver bullet. It's not a magic wand. I mean, it's not Hogwarts. This is not Hogwarts defense against the dark arts. And it is not true that Christians who fail to interrupt an abduction experience by invoking the name of Christ have insufficient faith. That is not true. That does violence. It does damage to believers who happen to be abductees. That's why I'm so vociferous about this, by the way. And also, what about children? What about toddlers who are abducted? The toddlers are abducted all the time. And furthermore, what about all of the abduction scenarios, probably the majority of them that happen, and you have, the abductee has no recollection whatsoever. In other words, you were asleep, you never woke up until you were on the ship, until you were on the vessel. So there's plenty of cases in which abductees are taken and they don't remember being taken, they only remember being on the craft. So there wasn't even an opportunity to rebuke, these alleged aliens in the name of Jesus. So there's so many reasons why this invocative formula is a fallacy. Now, again, let me reiterate and emphasize, does that mean that it doesn't work sometimes? It certainly could. And I'm not saying it doesn't, but when I think about alien abduction, because as I've articulated previously, this is a very physical phenomenon. There is no difference in my mind between a Christian who's being abducted by a gray alien and a Christian who has been abducted by human sex traffickers. Let's be more specific. Some years ago, ISIS was eviscerating the Yazidi Christian community in the Middle East. And it was very common for ISIS to come into a community and execute the husbands of the women and the fathers, and then take the wives and the mothers and the daughters into slavery and literally sell them in the market. And many of these Christians who were subjected to these terrible things were sincere Christians, and yet they were taken against their will. I guarantee you many of them were praying, were beseeching God to deliver them, and yet they were still taken captive. Let's think about the Colosseum in the early church age, when Christians were being persecuted and they were being fed to the lions in the Colosseum. This is a very visceral, physical experience. The Christians are taken by the Romans and used in the games as entertainment. And not only were they fed to lions, Nero famously would burn them as human torches in his palace. And there are all kinds of atrocities committed against Christians historically. I'm sure that many of those Christians were rebuking the lions and rebuking their captors, and were begging God to deliver them. So the fact that God doesn't deliver you from some trial or some terrible thing like with the Yazidi Christians, or even an alien abduction, this is not an indictment of your faith. It's just not. And it really bothers me when Christians use this as sort of a benchmark of whether you're a Christian or not. If you happen to be a pastor who's an abductee, many people, and if you came out with that, your experiences, and you're honest about them, let's say on Twitter, on X, many so-called Christians would accuse you of not being a Christian at all. And so these people stay in the shadows. And many of them come to me. Some of them come to me. And so that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is this. I don't doubt that there's connections here, the ones that you were making. I think those are, I think that there's something to that for sure. You'll recall that Carla Turner draws a correlation in her work between, especially in Masquerade of Angels, between the work of psychics and candidacy for abduction. What I mean by that is, it was clear to Carla, and I think to Ted Rice as well, that psychics were being used to identify candidates for abduction. At least that's the way I interpreted it. And I remember reading that and thinking, wow, is it possible that your neighborhood psychic parlor, which we don't see many of anymore, but when I was 20 years ago, they were much more common. Your neighborhood psychic parlor was being utilized by the Greys to identify people, to identify potential candidates for abduction. And why would that be? Well, there's a couple of possibilities here. One is the possibility that I raised earlier, that they're looking for individuals who have these genetic markers, individuals who are less broken than others, psychically speaking. In other words, they're much more open to telepathic control and manipulation. That's one possibility. Another possibility is what you were suggesting. Maybe even just the interaction with the psychic is somehow inviting the phenomenon into your life. And either way, it seems that again, according to Turner and Rice, it seems that psychics were being, and I have to believe are being used to identify candidates for abduction. I have no doubt that that's true. Now, whether or not, being involved in the Masons or some mystery schools or whatever else opens you up to abduction, I have no idea. Now, I've never encountered that personally with any of the abductees with whom I have interfaced and interviewed. I've asked those kinds of questions, and in most cases that I can recall, there was no knowledge of any kind of participation in the mystery schools by any of their relatives, or any sort of occultic activity, or even, trying to identify somebody in your family line who might have been a psychic or a witch or something like that. From the people that I engage with, I would say that the normative response that I get is that's not the case. That they really have no idea why they've been inducted into the program, into the abduction program. As we know, it's hereditary. And it could be hereditary because of some sort of maybe somebody 100 years ago, somebody in your family was involved in a seance and had invited, either wittingly or unwittingly, invited the phenomenon into their life. And then, then it becomes hereditary from that point. That's possible. That's certainly possible. But I personally, I'm more inclined toward the theory that what they're looking for a genetic marker more than permission. I think that there's something specific that they're looking for in the bloodline, as I said, in the genome. And if you, as you all know, if you're an abductee, then your kids are abductees as well. I've, by the way, encountered no exception to that rule. I've never encountered a case in which the parents are abductees and the kids aren't. At least it seems in all the cases I've encountered that the kids are also being abducted. In fact, the one that I referenced earlier, with the young woman who was relating her abduction experiences to me one evening, the way that encounter began, that her stories began, was she came to me and she said, "Hey, I need to ask you a question." She said, "Last night, my kids came to me and they asked me, what do we do when the 𝗬𝗪s come to get us?" And she explained that what they meant by the 𝗬𝗪s, when she inquired, was the ugly bald guys. Like when you're repelled by something, you say "ew," and that's how the kids were explaining it. The 𝗬𝗪s, that's what they called them. What do we do when the ugly bald guys, the scary bald guys with the big eyes, come get us? That's how that conversation began. And it appears that children are abducted like at the age of 2, right? 2, 3 years old, maybe even in infancy, but certainly when they're toddlers. So again, I would emphasize that there's no easy answer here, and the trope that aliens are demons is too simplistic. It's too simplistic. And then when you add on to that, abductions are halted by invoking the name of Jesus. It's not only too simplistic, it's patently false. It's not correct in most cases. And it causes a crisis of faith for Christians who have attempted to rebuke their abductors. And I'm going to be quiet here for a while, and I want to hear your guys' thoughts on all this.
Christophers and Fringe, I don't want to go ahead, continue. I just want to make sure we get into the Epstein files, because there were so many moments where we just have to get Tim's opinion on this stuff.
Well, I'd love to hear him talk about Mars too.
I just say that again.
I said I'd also love to hear him talk about Mars and ancient civilization. But yeah, on this point, thank you for that answer, and I'm glad that you were at least open to the hypothesis. I think that open to the hypothesis that there could be some illicit contact hypothesis. And I think as researchers, we need to keep all options on the table. I'm open to various interpretations and shy of making firm conclusions, but exactly because, as you point out, from Scripture, we know of cases where Christians are unable to to command demons automatically, and it isn't so simple as just in the name of Jesus depart. And anyone who studies exorcism will quickly learn it's not so simple. That's why
Very
I
good point.
think the demonic hypothesis has to stay on the table. Now, there could be a very nuanced demonic hypothesis that also involves material entities. But there are well-documented cases of Christians who experienced a generational curse, or outright, almost possession, or just terrible physical maladies that they have no explanation of, and they pray, and it afflicts them for years, and then they discover later down the line their great grandfather made a pact with an entity or was involved in such and such, and they never knew about it. And no one in the family had a clue until they noticed a pattern of, the firstborn male or female in every generation dies young, or some weird thing like that. So I'm just, I notice enough patterns of spiritual involvement in the lore and from experiencers to raise the question and feel like a very thorough family history and spiritual kind of inventory should be kind of part of the standard protocol for Christian researchers. But man, Tim, I really think it would be super productive if we could somehow provide a safe discussion place for actual Christian experiencers to internally discuss their experiences and sort through the questions and have just open-ended conversation about it, without the people that flood in and poison it, where it could be supportive. I really feel like that's badly needed, and that Christian experiencers need a place to go really desperately. And, I would love if we can facilitate that somehow. If you have some people that would be willing, I would love to hear from some of your contacts who are pastors or devout Christians who have been wrestling with this, and hear their perspectives. Their voice needs to be heard. It's terrible to have their voices shut down.
Yes, I totally agree. I think that would be very useful. In fact, I've actually asked some of these individuals if they would be interested, because I see the need as you do, if they would be interested in joining a community of people who are all of them abductees and who are trying to make sense of this, and who desperately want to be able to share their experiences with other abductees, glean information in an environment where they're not going to be ridiculed. And the answer in every time I've posed this question is emphatically yes. So I agree that there's a need for that. And let me be clear. I believe that gray aliens are demonic. As I said earlier, based on what they're doing, I feel like I can make an assessment and say that they are sinister beings. Now, as everyone knows, I draw a distinction between the word demonic and the word demon, because the word demonic means malicious. It means malignant, vicious, wicked, sinister, and it is derived from a Western perspective rather than it's not concretely a biblical word, demonic. Rather, what we're trying to express here is the malevolence of the being. When we invoke the at least I do, when I invoke the word demonic, that's what I mean. I mean malevolent. Now, this gets highly technical.
Can I ask you a clarifying question? Because I've heard you speak about this many times, and I think when most of us use the word demonic, we're not using it quite so broadly as that, as just sinister or evil. But I'm curious to your opinion about the Greys specifically. Not are they literally demons, because I'm not, but basically their allegiance. The question of their allegiance. Do you
That's the
think
question.
that their allegiance is just self-interest, that they're a biological entity that's just doing their sinister thing on their own terms? Or do you think that they are playing for Team Satan?
That's the
Directly.
correct framing of the question. Thank you. That is the correct framing of the question. It's not are they demons, biblical demons, because without digressing into the technicality of all of that, the answer is no, they're not biblically speaking demons. But what is their allegiance? That's the question. What is their allegiance? And my answer is, of course, I don't know. I can't say for sure, but I suspect that they are, let's put it in these terms, that they are not in alignment with the kingdom of heaven. Let's put it in those terms. Is there a possibility that, of course, this gets very, very complex, as you well know. We may be interfacing with biological drones that are technically speaking artificial intelligence, right? So in that case, allegiance really is not relevant, right? The question in that case would be, what is the allegiance of the actual beings who are controlling them? So this gets very complex depending on what the realities are here. But assuming that gray aliens, and let's be even more specific here, because I think gray aliens are at the very least, they're clones, but they may be cybernetic clones, right? So let's be a little more specific. Let's say, what is the allegiance of the insectolins? Because those, to me, appear to be the real biological species behind the grays. I could be wrong. Those could also just be cybernetic drones. But it seems to me that the insectolins are the actual biological species. I think David Jacobs agreed with that and posited that, in fact. What is the allegiance of the insectolins? Well, I have to believe, first of all, I think I can say definitively that they are not the friends of mankind, that what they're doing is not beneficial to us, it's beneficial to them. Again, this is something that Dr. David Jacobs highlights in his work. What they're doing is clearly beneficial to them. I don't believe that they have, as I said earlier, the spiritual development of the human species in mind. I don't think that they're attempting to preserve the human species, that there's some terrible cataclysm that's coming, and they're just, benevolent beings trying to preserve our species in some sort of a Noah's Ark scenario. I think that based on what they're doing, which is integrating advanced human alien hybrids, what Jacobs denominates as hybrids, covertly into human society, is clearly nefarious, clearly. And then, anyone who's read Walking Among Us, Jacob's last book, will realize that the advanced human alien hybrids, the hybrids, are malevolent. Their interaction with what Jacobs denominates as their personal project. They call them personal project hybrids. In other words, one of these advanced hybrids would be assigned to a particular abductee, and they would occasionally visit the abductee. And these are adult male hybrids. They visit the abductee, which is in most cases it's a female, and they're very abusive. This is an abusive relationship in which these hybrids abuse these women sexually, verbally, telepathically control them and abuse them. And the way I like to think of these guys is they're almost like the Sith from Star Wars. They have these extremely powerful telepathic capabilities, and they completely control the abductees that they're assigned to. And they're very, very sadistic, and as I said, sexually abusive. And the abductees, mostly women in these cases, have to teach these guys how to incorporate themselves into human society without being detected. Now, does that sound benevolent to anybody? It doesn't to me. That sounds nefarious. And this is a sinister program. What's the end game? Are these guys supposed to eventually work their way up through the echelons of human society and human governance to become senators and presidents and prime ministers and generals and who knows what else? I don't know. Or are they just integrating to prepare humanity, to steer humanity toward some desired end game? to manipulate the human populace.
A transhumanist perversion?
Perhaps, yes. Perhaps some sort of a transhumanist. Perhaps. So is this satanic? Is this directly related to the activity of this individual that the Bible gives the moniker Satan, adversary, the dragon? Well, this is what I write in Birthright. And so in Birthright, I propose a variety of scenarios. In fact, it probably would be worthwhile pulling them up here rather than trying to recall them. So the short answer, as I'm pulling this up here, the short answer is, I don't know. I have no idea, right? I have no idea exactly what the Greys are, where they come from, and what their end game is. But I'm completely persuaded that they are demonic and that they are nefarious. So in Birthright, I propose 3 scenarios. I'm still scrolling down to them here. I propose 3 scenarios at the end of a chapter where I talk about alien abduction and the alien presence in general. Here's the 3 alternatives, okay? I'm just going to read this final paragraph in this chapter, if you'll indulge me. Our final consideration, I write the following in Birthright. Our final consideration revolves around the question: how does the program of the Insectolins relate to the machinations of the dragon? The dragon is Satan, right, in the scriptures. It is inconceivable that the alien presence has caught the dragon princes, and these may be, by the way, the Nordics, I don't know, by surprise. They may have anticipated their arrival or else arranged it. Admittedly, this is a particularly difficult nut to crack, as we are dealing with an intelligence considerably more deft than our own. Rather than commit to a single hypothesis, I humbly offer the following 3 alternatives. And here's the 3 alternatives that I proposed. And there are many more besides, by the way. Alternative A: the Greys are controlled by the dragon princes, and I should say that the dragon princes are who the Bible describes as the devil and his angels, just so we're clear. The Greys are controlled by the dragon princes. The breeding program is directly orchestrated by agents of the insurgency, and the insurgency are the apostate rebel faction, the apostate against God. The Insectolins are under their command. Okay, that's alternative A. The Insectolins are being controlled. The program is managed directly by the dragon, and the Insectolins are under their command. Alternative B: the Greys are allied with the dragon princes. The breeding program is managed by the Insectolins as part of a larger strategy mutually beneficial to both parties. The Greys may be one of several alien factions who have joined the insurgency in preparation for the coming war. And the coming war that I talk about in Birthright is Armageddon. It's literally kinetic war with the Son of God. And then alternative C: the Greys are autonomous. The breeding program has been initiated solely by the Insectolins for their own objectives. The dragon princes will take advantage of the alien threat to deceive humanity. So those are the 3 alternatives that I propose in Birthright. I'm sure we could sit here and think of more, a handful of more alternatives. But I think that any of these things are possible, any of them. So as I've stated, the Greys are clearly nefarious. I have no idea what to think about the Nordics. I can only judge that faction based on what they do and what they say. And I don't think we know a whole lot about what they do and what they say. I mean, I think that we know a whole lot more about the Greys than we do about the so-called Nordics. There is a possibility, and the Nordics are not the Nordic faction are not the hybrids. The hybrids are different. The human alien hybrids that the Insectolins are manufacturing, are genetically engineering, are different from this Nordic faction. And there's several reasons why I'm confident of that. So who are these Nordic aliens? Are they antediluvian people? Are they an ancient, advanced, antediluvian civilization, or remnants from an ancient, advanced, antediluvian civilization that had advanced aerospace vehicles that were able to escape the cataclysm? Did they go off-world? Did they go under the earth? Are they the angelic beings, good and bad, by the way? Is that what they are? Are they, you know, in some cases, are they just what we call angels or fallen angels? Is that what they are? Or are they some human-like species from somewhere else in the universe? I think the answer, if we're all honest, is who the hell knows, I think is the answer. Or is it a mix of those things? And then of course you have the reptilian faction, which I think we know even less about. And those seem to be, if those are real, then those seem to be utterly demonic. In other words, these are extremely malevolent beings. And if those things are real, are those pre-Adamic? Is that a pre-Adamic, you know, the Naga race from the ancient Indians talk about this, or the Vril,
Or
this
the serpent,
Vril race?
right? Or the serpent.
I'm sorry?
Or the serpent in the garden. Isn't that what some
Right.
people think as well?
Right. There's an option there, right? Is there serpentine, intelligent serpentine species inhabiting the Earth, still inhabiting the Earth? Do they have advanced technology? You know, and then of course you have the interdimensional question. Are aspects of this phenomenon interdimensional? Now that question gets really complex, because you have to define interdimensional, because most people, when they think of interdimensional, think of the Marvel movies. And that's just a hodgepodge. Marvel movies and all of these pop culture references to interdimensionality and extra dimensions are a hodgepodge of a variety of different theoretical concepts in regard to extra dimensions. And these theoretical concepts are not the same by any means. You know, you have the many worlds concept, you have the multiverse, you have the hyperspatial theory, and these are all different. So when people invoke interdimensionality, I think that doesn't really mean anything. It's like, what specifically are we talking about here? Because the fact that these beings can move through, allegedly, and I would say I'm pretty confident that they do this, can make use of Einstein-Rosen bridges, wormholes, does not mean that they are therefore interdimensional. Because I think if we can't do it now, if we keep going on this technological trajectory, we probably will be able to do that in the future. And it has nothing to do with being inherently interdimensional. I'll give you an example. I have a friend of mine once told me this incident that happened to him. And he said he really doesn't talk about it because it's so bizarre. But he said, Tim, I swear to you, this happened to me. He said, I was driving home from work one day, driving along the highway. I forget where it was in California. He said, this is a routine drive. And I'm just sort of observing the what do you call those, billboards on the side of the highway as I'm driving along. He said, and as I'm going along, he said, suddenly I see this portal open up in the sky, and it's just like this this circle just opens up in the sky. And he said, and I'm looking through this thing, and there's a different atmosphere, like a different clouds, a different atmosphere inside of this circle. So you have like the normal sky, and then you have like this portal, and looking into it, it's like a different world, like a different planet, right? And then all of a sudden, 3 saucers come flying out of it, and then it shuts behind them, and the saucers fly off. And this is somebody I trust. I don't think he was, pulling my chain, but he said he was utterly flabbergasted. And okay, so I like to think about that because it's very interesting. So there's nothing we really can know about that except for these saucers are coming from somewhere else. Now that the location of that somewhere else is unknown. Most people today, I think, would assume, because of the Marvel movies and stuff, would assume that is a dimensional portal. In other words, they're coming from a different dimension. And if you say that, what you are invoking is multiverse or alternative worlds theory, where there's a completely different universe, separate from our universe, where these these beings reside and their technology, they're flying from their universe into ours. Okay, that's an option. It's not necessarily the only, it's certainly not the only option, and it's not necessarily the most logical option, because there's another one. It's just as plausible, assuming that story is true, it's just as plausible that the atmosphere that my friend was seeing was somewhere else on Earth, that they were simply coming from some other location on Earth, like let's say Africa, right? They're just coming from Africa, instantaneously opening up this portal, coming to California, right? Okay, there's an option. It's also plausible that they're coming from some other planet in the universe, and he's seeing the atmosphere of some other planet, let's say Mars. They're jumping from Mars to the Earth through the agency of something like an Einstein-Rosen bridge, right? That does not automatically imply interdimensionality. This is all I'm saying, okay? And this is something I think some people need to hear. It does not imply interdimensionality. I am not against the interdimensional hypothesis of UFOs. I think it is one of the options, and it may be a mix of various things, right? Maybe a mix of all those things. But I think that automatically reverting to the interdimensional hypothesis, I think it's very common today for people to do that. But I would suggest that if you have and I don't know why I'm riffing on interdimensionality here, but I'll go for it anyway. If you have a truly intrinsically interdimensional being, a being whose provenance is not this universe, is a multiverse, different dimension, different physical properties, because that's what multiverse is. They have different physical properties. The laws of physics are different there. Or if they're coming from just a world that is just fundamentally different from planet Earth, they're obviously using technology that is at least familiar enough to us that we can reverse engineer it, at least to some extent, to some degree. We can create ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles, which I think is a stone cold fact, by the way, that we create these things. I think I saw one myself 40 feet above my car some years ago in Brook Park, Ohio, that we can reproduce these things. And if we can reproduce them, let's invoke the story of 𝗵𝗺, the testimony of 𝗵𝗺 for a moment. Let's say that testimony is true. I personally believe it is. That 𝗧𝗏 is working on the reactor of one of these craft, and that he realizes that the reactor is a antimatter reactor using exotic material, namely element 115. If that story is true, then what we're looking at is not interdimensional beings, at least not those beings. They're using a physics that is coherent to us in the three dimensions in the fourth of time that we inhabit, or in a hyperspatial reality where you have different dimensions folded into our universe that are imperceivable and inaccessible to us without technology. That's within the same universe. That's not invoking a multiverse or interdimensionality. That's within our universe. So if you have extra dimensions that are accessible, let's say through technology, this is the hyperspace theory of the universe, by the way, that there are imperceivable extra dimensions, let's say according to string theory, superstring theory posits that there are at least 10 dimensions inside of our universe. We're not invoking multiverses here. Inside of our own universe that are directly accessible, or that can be accessible to us by means of technology. However, these dimensions are very, very small. They're subatomic usually, so we're not talking about necessarily dimensions that you can walk into, okay? But setting that aside, then we don't need to appeal to interdimensionality when we're talking about the kind of craft and technology that 𝗵𝗺 was reverse engineering. That is technology that would have been derived within our universe, that is functional within our universe and can be reverse engineered, components of it. Let's say Colonel Corso was correct, that we've derived fiber optics from UFOs. Well, that doesn't sound interdimensional to me. That sounds like that the UFOs are based on the physics of our universe. Physics that we don't fully understand, yes. Nevertheless, physics of our universe. So why am I saying all of this? Because I guess I'm coming full circle back to this idea that aliens are demons. Because the thought is that these are interdimensional demons, I think is the popular conception. And I think we draw conclusions, we jump to conclusions, and in jumping to conclusions, we, for whatever reason, we dismiss what I think are some of the most logical, practical answers that are sitting right in front of us. And I've had conversations, again, I'll reference some conversations I've had with my friend Richard Dolan, where we're both sort of flabbergasted, confused, puzzled that modern ufology is moving away from an extraterrestrial hypothesis or even a crypto-terrestrial hypothesis to an interdimensional hypothesis increasingly. When I'm not sure that the data supports that. I wouldn't reject an interdimensional hypothesis, but at the same time, I certainly wouldn't default to one. I have no idea how I got on this train of thought, guys. I'm sorry.
No, please do not apologize. I would make you apologize for apologizing so much, but then I would be a hypocrite. Can I try to put a few words in your mouth? Is that okay?
Yes.
When it comes to this interdimensional thing, first of all, I love that we have biases. I had, and I still carry biases about Christians, about people of faith, people of Abrahamic faiths. The problem is that there are so many of you goddamn Christians who are intelligent and enjoyable and good people. I can't really carry them around with me. They comprise so much of ufology, and people like Carl Jung I look up to. So I had to shed a lot of my biases. And the biggest bias I had was that Christians wouldn't want to dive deep into the empirical evidence, into science. And people such as Fringe, you, Christophorus, have absolutely proven my bias to be ignorant. And I love that you're a person of faith and you have a lot of first principles thinking. And when you're coming at this, this question of what does it mean to be interdimensional, the whole rant that you went on, I wish Eric Weinstein had been listening for this. Maybe he's somewhere in the anonymous section, but Eric Weinstein has represented sort of the dark intellectual web, the person willing to criticize the ossified, ivory towers of academia. But generally speaking, understandably, he doesn't want to dip his toes into the dirty UFO cesspool of abductees and the crazy stories, right? But if you stay away from all the woo and all the fringe, you also lose some intellectual rigor, right? Just like if I keep around my bias that all Christians are the same, and they think looking at anything with empirical rigor is going to be satanic or challenge the integrity of their faith. I would still carry around this stupid narrow-minded view. And everything, in fact, the way that you view spirituality itself, I don't view a distinction between spirituality and materiality. I think one is an extreme expression of another. Something is either real, from my view, something is either real or it isn't. And I absolutely think that the biggest risk of, let's say, imprecise terms, maybe sloppy terms, or at least terms that could be the product of sloppy thinking, such as demonic, spiritual, interdimensional. There's nothing wrong with these terms. There's something really, I think, lazy and reckless when we have false agreement. When Luna says, "I think the phenomenon is spiritual," no, sorry, when Tucker Carlson says, "I think this phenomenon is spiritual," or when Luna says, "I think this phenomenon is interdimensional," you could have 60 different interpretations of this. All these people could have different interpretations. They could all agree with each other, and it would be false agreement. And you don't actually get anywhere. You're not actually having a conversation. You're just having fake agreement. And whether or not these things are extraterrestrial, the degree to which they're physical, whether they're coming from another universe, most people, when they're referring to the interdimensional term, the example they give is, we only see 0.3% of the electromagnetic spectrum. So they're really just saying, oh, maybe there's some part of some electromagnetic frequency we can't pick up. But by that logic, my Bluetooth and my Wi-Fi is interdimensional. And so what are we really saying here? Really, I mean, you have to extend it from that logic. What are we really saying here? And I'm interested in poly markets because I don't want to wait on the government. I want the markets to accidentally fuck up and produce disclosure. But that's where I'm coming from, Tim. I want to break things, not in a reckless way, you know. But
yeah.
And so in poly market, the one alien market, I'll just read it. It's really brief. This market will resolve to yes if the President of the United States, any member of the Cabinet of the United States, any member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or any U.S. federal agency definitively states that extraterrestrial life or technology exists by December 31st, 2026, 11:59. So before 2027. And so this market resolves regardless of whether aliens or extraterrestrials are real, regardless of whether any proof is shown, regardless of whether they're here on this planet. Somebody, you know, either Trump or somebody from those branches of government just needs to state definitively that extraterrestrials are real. But the very fact is two things. One, from a very strict formulaic logic standpoint, this market should have already collapsed and resolved to yes, because we had what I call mulatto disclosure. We had the whole monkey scene thing, and then Obama fights back. So we have a presidential rap battle beef, right? Obama says, fuck you, aliens are real. Trump says, you're not allowed to do that. That's my job. And then he passes the hot potato to Hegseth. So we have the, you know, and feel free to jump in here. But the only point I'm trying to say is this semantic confusion, alongside all of the other Christians and non-Christians losing their mind when you just have an opinion about extraterrestrials. And by the way, that tweet you reposted, it's in the nest. It's the third slide from the left. Being hated by idiots is the price you pay for not being one of them. One of the most, you know, it spoke right to my heart. We now have a market in the financial markets and the prediction markets where literally, because this term extraterrestrial has to be used, and it doesn't even matter whether it's on this planet or not, if Trump literally says we're not alone, brings out an extraterrestrial Nordic or just an interdimensional Nordic or regular Nordic here, has sex with it live on TV, and through accelerated gestation gives, you know, helps deliver his own hybrid babies on live TV, that market still does not resolve to yes, because he didn't say the word extraterrestrial, right? It's ridiculous. Do you get what I'm saying? Like we're getting.
I wholeheartedly agree. Very well said. Yes.
and I'm sorry to grandstand here, but I think you're right. Some Christians are in a crisis of faith. And absolutely, I think even the, you know, atheist, scientifically or reductionist minded people are also in a crisis of science, right?
Yeah, and you know, part of the problem here is that you have masses of people who have spent decades laughing at ufologists or completely ignoring the topic, secular people and religious people. Certainly, you know, I grew up in Christian circles, certainly in churches. Nobody dared breathe a word of anything related to UFOs, and certainly not alien abduction. It would have been absurd. Of course, that's all just fake or demonic or whatever. And now all of a sudden, everybody is having to contend with the fact that this is real. In some way, shape, or form, this is real. And so what you have is a host of amateurs who are flooding the zone, and they're just grabbing onto whatever newfangled idea that they can find that confirms their own bias. And then suddenly they make themselves experts, like overnight. Overnight, we have an overabundance of amateurish experts now flooding the zone. And then furthermore, really the way that this whole thing should work, this whole disclosure thing, should not be that. And I love the congressional proponents of this, Burleson and Burchett and Luna and the others. I completely support them. I admire their efforts. I think they're doing a very good job. They're doing the best that they can do. But there's a problem. The problem is that they're not ufologists. They're green. And I know this for a fact. And when I first started interacting with them, I realized that what was needed was ufology 101, like immediately. In fact, I called up Richard Dolan and I talked to him about this and I said, these guys need ufology 101, like ASAP, because otherwise they're kind of shooting in the dark. And to their credit, they started consulting with ufologists. And what really needs to happen here is people like my friend Dolan, who I obviously have a great deal of respect for, people like him, the old school ufologists, need to be at the center of this thing, directing this storm, this chaos. And especially as it pertains to when you get an opportunity to question people and ufologists have been consulted with questions to ask whistleblowers and stuff. So they have been integrated here. But my point is, right now, it's just amazing to me that people like probably most of us who've been in the game for a long time, it's amazing to see all of the newcomers who just, let's be modest, okay? Let's say 3 years ago, just 3 years ago, would have literally laughed in our faces if we said, hey, there's a legacy program, there's a crash retrieval program, or alien abductions, would have literally laughed in our faces, are suddenly experts. And not only experts in their, it's like they're at the
dumb theories.
Yeah, they're at the buffet.
Dumb theories.
Yes, they're at the buffet of ufology, and they pick their favorite dish, and then they turn around and attack anybody who doesn't agree with their particular view on the phenomenon. And they've just come to the table recently. That's a massive problem right now on social media. And I don't know, I'm just saying it's frustrating. I see the raised hand by Fringe here, so I want to bow out and let her
jump in here. But that's a clippable moment, and I'm glad you said that. I've never even thought about it or put it to words, but yeah, Luna and Burchett, they have a good heart. They're coming from the right place, but there is that feeling that you get, like when you were in this room, when you were thinking of something, or you could feel in the room that you could reference something, and you don't need to tell us who Richard Dolan is. You're not saying Grush, you're not saying Bob Lazar. Like there's and you don't need to be an expert or an insider, but there were some really naive assumptions that we had to get through for the first like 3 years of hearings, and it was entirely avoidable. Fringe, please jump in here.
Oh, sorry guys. Actually, my hand shouldn't have been up, and I don't mind waiting until you guys are finished.
Get in there, Fringe. Come on, you've been waiting.
No, so I mean, the conversation has been phenomenal. I have so many things to say about so much of the conversation, but we just don't have a lot of time for it. And I want to hear mostly from Tim today, but I do have a few things to say, even though I am going to be going back just a little bit in the conversation. And then obviously we want to see how much time you have left, Tim, because I know we have audience questions. So I'm not a ufologist, I'm not a researcher, I'm not a journalist. I'm just a person who has spent entirely too much time with these entities. And I would like to say just a few things about this conversation, as far as most of this conversation is secondary, even though it's very interesting, they're all secondary issues. The primary issue that was brought up earlier is, are these so-called aliens on Team Satan? Where is their allegiance? And so I'd like to build just a little bit of a bridge there. I look at myself as someone who's just escaped the cult, having spent entirely too much time with these beings, having seen their projections, their deception, their lies, watching them change their appearance, right in front of my face, having been in their bodies, having been possessed by one of them, many lessons and downloads, just a full indoctrination program. And by the way, there are many abductees, and no, it's not standard, but there are many abductees who are being groomed with anti-Christian messages. This is absolutely nothing less than spiritual war. So I can just tell you what I was taught about these things, and to answer that question on whether they are on whether they're aligned and whether they're on Team Satan. And I think, Tim, we're going to be I'll be answering your question, looking at your book Birthright. It's going to be A and B, and that's just my personal opinion. They are controlled by the dragon princes, and they are allied for mutually beneficial reasons. They have their own agendas and reasons that are secondary to the primary purpose of the dragon princes, is how you refer to them. So I was taught that these creatures that we refer to as the aliens, the mantids, the Nordics, at least some of the Nordics, the mantids, the reptilians, the greys, the hybrids, that these creatures were created by what Christians would refer to as the fallen angels. They were created through hybridization over many years, thousands of years, perfected, given technology and a high, knowledge of physics that we just don't possess, and that their entire purpose is to take over the planet and lead us away from God. So it's 2 or 3 pronged purpose. But that's what they were created for. And so a lot of times people will ask me, well, of course, if we have good aliens, we must have bad aliens. And my answer to that is that's not true. That's not necessarily true. These entities, as far as I know, and yes, having been neck deep in the cult, I saw a lot of things, but I could have been deceived. I could have been manipulated. In fact, I was. But I do believe I was seen behind the curtain and got to see how the sausage was made. And so as far as I know, and the lessons I got from them are that they were specifically created for a purpose. These are not aliens coming from other planets. They were created right here on Earth for a purpose. And that purpose is to lie, cheat, steal, and deceive the human race, and either handing over the planet or our souls, following them straight into the pits of hell. So I just wanted to throw that out there just as food for thought. And then I also wanted to comment, Tim, on something you said. I wanted to reiterate how incredibly destructive it is for a Christian to say to another Christian who's an abductee, well, then you better get right with Jesus, or your faith, you must not have enough faith, because this wouldn't be happening to you if you were a Christian. It's the one thing that makes my blood boil. I have called Christians assholes this very week, on Monday, in fact, because we can be so incredibly judgmental and holier than thou, and we don't just judge, non-Christians. We judge ourselves probably even harsher. So just want to throw out those couple of things. And great conversation, fabulous.
Well, let me say, I think that, wow, I'd really love to hear the full compendium of experiences that you've had. But yeah, I think that's certainly on the table. I think that's a possibility. I would say that is within, that's within the suite of possibilities in my mind, is that these things are utterly created by the quote unquote fallen angels. But I like to think of them as the fallen angel. Really isn't, I mean, it's a concept, right? It's not really a biblical term. But I like to think of them as insubordinate sons of God, or apostate sons of God, who are in direct opposition to the kingdom of heaven. They hate mankind. They hate the King of heaven, and they have been cast out of heaven. So in other words, they're in some sense, they've been imprisoned or limited in their abilities, whatever those abilities are. And so it would make sense to me that they would try and create extensions of themselves, like an army, right? That's what the late Chuck Missler thought. The late Bible teacher Chuck Missler, for whom I have a great deal of respect, he believed that again, I referenced earlier that the bad guys are outnumbered by the good guys, biblically speaking. So his thesis was that the bad guys were to address this situation in which they're outnumbered, that they were creating an army, that they were building technology, and that they were creating an army of beings who could be their allies and serve their purposes, namely gray aliens and these other things. That behind the gray alien, when you get to the top of the pyramid, are the apostate sons of God, the quote unquote fallen angels. I've got no problem with that at all. I think that is certainly a possibility, and should be considered. Now, there are lots of other possibilities, as we've been talking about. But yes, I totally agree with you. I think that it needs to be emphasized one more time that all of these Christians out there who are, again, and a lot of these Christians are the newcomers that I was referencing just a moment ago, who would have laughed in your face when you said, there's the abduction program is real. They would have laughed in your face or just rolled their eyes at you. And now suddenly they're experts, and they know that they're demons, and you must not be a real Christian if you're being abducted, right? I mean, it's an insult of the highest order for people like you and others that I know. So that's why, like you, I'm for the abductees. I'm not an abductee myself, but it drives me nuts. That probably doesn't boil my blood as much as it does yours, because you're an abductee, and I can only imagine, were I an abductee and people were saying that as they are, how much more it would even boil my blood. So that's a very important thing. And if there's Christians listening to this, and you've been one of those people running around, so sure of yourself and your opinion, and telling Christians who happen to be abductees that they're not Christians, then stop it, okay? Grow up and stop it would be my message to you, because that's you have no idea what you're talking about. So yeah, I really enjoy that perspective, Fringe, and I think you very well may be onto something there, and I am certainly open to it.
And thank you for that. And thank you again for reiterating that to Christians, because you have to keep in mind that, yes, you have abductees, they just go on the ships, they get their genetic material, they go home. But there's also a lot of us just heavily involved in an indoctrination program. And part of this program is the entities themselves are claiming to be our fathers. In my case, one of the entities claimed to be my fathers. They claim to own us. They claim that they own our bloodlines. They claim that they created us insofar as genetically modifying our bloodline, so we are owned by them. And I got into such a spiritual crisis over this, because I had them on one side telling me they owned me, and on the other side I had Christians saying, well, you must not be a child of God if this is happening to you. Okay, so you're now serving the agenda of the aliens, because at that point, I'm in a spiritual crisis, and I actually went through a time of thinking, oh my gosh, what if they're right? I'm actually not a child of God. I'm a child of Satan himself and his agenda and his bloodline. So I cannot emphasize enough how incredibly destructive this line of thinking is, and thank you so much for speaking up about it.
Tim, I want to be respectful of your time, and I hope you're enjoying the conversation. I do want to leave enough time, if you're up for it, to bring a couple people up. So far, the people who were in the queue have since died of dehydration, or they've fallen asleep. So this current second, we don't have anybody in the queue. I don't want you to think like you're leaving people hanging. I always lose really close friends during these spaces because I don't bring them up right away, and I try to gain some more, and I hope I end up in a wash. But I want you to know that this has been an absolute pleasure. And I think it's very easy to read somebody's tweet and throw your remote at the TV and lose your shit. But you know, the word on the street, okay, based on the tweets, is that you're incredibly arrogant. And that's coming from a very small minority of people. And I think it's just that they're jealous of your hair, the aviator sunglasses, and the cigar. That's
not a whole lot to be jealous of there, I can assure you.
But
Besides
I need to
the
tell you that,
cigars, I do have a good cigar source. So.
Can you tell me, if this was the end of the world and I had one cigar that I could smoke, what cigar I should be smoking?
Well, of course, I'm going to tell you to smoke a Cuban, but that's contraband in the United States.
I want the honest answer, even if it's contraband. Any specific type of Cuban?
I like the real Cohibas, the really any Cuban. I've smoked Cohibas and the Romeo and Juliets. The Partagas are some of my favorite. There's about 6, 7 Cuban brands that there's a lot of knockoffs here in the United States, because again, it's contraband. So you get a lot of knockoffs here. But if you have the opportunity to ever smoke a real Cuban, those are, I think, just they deserve their reputation. They're very good cigars. But I used to smoke a lot of. I'm trying to think of the names of them. Aroma de Cuba, my father's cigars, stuff like that. So those are cigars you can get in pretty much any cigar shop. Also, the Opus X cigars are very good. Those are really good, actually. Those are quite expensive, though. So yeah, there's I like, actually, for mid-tier cigars, I like Michael Knowles' Mayflower brand, are good mid-tier cigars. So anyway, it's probably too much information on cigars.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just what I asked. The IT men in this space have been scribbling all of this down furiously, and I had to ask. But I want to say that for somebody who gets so much shit and can just make one post and then light UFO Twitter on fire, it was like 2 weeks where people were losing their mind on the thread just for the flyer of this post. You are a joy just to have a conversation with. And considering the seriousness of the topic, I think it's an art form. We need more of you in spaces. We want to hear more of you in podcasts. So and I'm not ending this. I just want to say it's been an absolute joy. And look, this might make me psychologically ill. There might be something wrong with me. But I even enjoy the 1 or 2 people in the comments who are still losing their shit right now on this thread. There's one person who was losing his mind over you saying that, invoking the name of Jesus doesn't always work. And ironically, he even posted a picture of a triangle mark from a presumed abduction.
Oh,
so,
boy.
I mean, he posted his own proof, that defeated his own argument. And you still are triggering him with your Cuban cigars or whatever it is. So I'm enjoying the Alberino effect.
Well, let me say to you guys, this has been a delightful conversation. You guys are very thoughtful. I don't often interact with people as thoughtful as you guys, who are so deep into this and have looked at it from every angle and are not antagonistic or hostile. It's an absolute delight to talk to you guys. And I'm so glad that you invited me to do this, and I encourage you to keep going, because these conversations are in the minority. These kind of conversations. Usually, you get spaces where people are already, they just sort of it's the echo chamber phenomenon, where they just want to reinforce their own bias, and that's part of a lot of the anger out there. Is I'm one of the only, besides people like Fringe, I'm let's say we're some of the only people out there who have a different narrative, who have a more nuanced narrative. in ufology who happen to be Christians. And most Christians are not capable of nuance. And I hate to say that because I don't want to, I don't want to denigrate Christians. I love Christians. And I think there's a lot of people who claim to be Christians, but their comportment says otherwise. And I think it's just wonderful to engage with people who are able to contemplate opinions that they disagree with, but not be triggered by them, it doesn't divulge in, it doesn't become hostile. The interaction is always cordial. And I think this is very unique what you guys are doing. It's very, very few occasions have I ever engaged in conversations. And I know I did the vast majority of the talking here, but
no, it was a conversation. Absolutely.
Just the interaction with you guys is enough for me to understand that you guys are very well versed in all of this. Your opinions are extremely well articulated and formulated. They're not off the cuff, and in your case, Fringe, based on experience, which I deeply appreciate. People like you know more than the rest of us because you're in this thing. And that's why, for me, I'm probably going to get a bunch more emails from people. I'm probably getting them right now from Christians, because the truth is there are a lot of Christian abductees who have just been hiding and who have been afraid to come forward with their experiences precisely because of the kind of ridicule and hostility that you're highlighting. And I invite those people, send me an email. I think it would be a good idea at some point to think about creating a space for those, specifically for those people, where they can come out of the closet, as it were. And I'll tell you this. I'm gonna go back to that conversation I had with a young lady, who I will reiterate is a Christian. Her husband's a Christian. They're well-known Christians, actually. And at the end of the conversation with her, I was just listening. I was just listening, and because I'm versed in ufology and specifically in abduction, I understood exactly what she was telling me, and I'm just nodding and agreeing with her, and I'm not like, oh my God, you're crazy, or I can't believe this. I totally believed it, her experience, and all I did was listen. That's it. I listened. And at the very end of this conversation, probably an hour long, right? She's just going through her life, like the chronology of her abduction experiences. For example, she told me one time she was being abducted and she was being brought onto a craft holding a Gray's hand, little Gray. I think this was when she was a teenager. And she's going onto the craft, and there was this older woman sitting on, as all abductees know, the bench that is molded into the side of the craft. There was an older woman sitting there on the bench who had already been brought onto the craft. And this must have been a corporate abduction where they grabbed a number of people from the same neighborhood, assumedly. And as she's being escorted up the ramp into this room where this woman is sitting, the woman looked at her and had tears in her eyes and was shaking her head and said, and she told my friend, she said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, young lady, but this is going to happen to you for the rest of your life." And so she's just going, through these experiences one after another. And by the end of the conversation, she took a deep breath and she started crying. And she said, I thank you so much for listening to me. I never wanted to admit, I could never admit that she couldn't say it. And I said, "An abductee?" And she just breathed this long sigh of relief, and she said, yes, I'm an abductee. And it was like this weight dropped off of her. And by the way, her husband contacted me later on. Actually, he contacted me later on. He said, "Tim, I don't know what you told my wife. I don't know what you said to her. But whatever you said to her, changed everything for her. She, it was like it lifted a weight off her shoulders. What did you say to her?" And I said, "I didn't say anything. She just told me her story. and I didn't roll my eyes. And I understood what she was saying, and you know, and at the end could confirm that she's not alone. So it means a lot for people just to be able to unburden themselves, tell their stories without ridicule. And so thank you, Fringe, for helping people do that, and sort of being an icebreaker to pave a path for people, Christians and otherwise, by the way, abductees in general, to know that they're not alone. And that, I think that means a lot.
Thank you for saying that, Tim. If we can get some hearts in the chat from the non-haters, that would be great.
The haters are welcomed as well. I've got no problem.
We'll make an exception. If you're a hater, we will allow you to hit the heart emoji button as well. I think it's long overdue that Fringe gets recognized for creating a space and giving people license to not tune in if they can't handle something that they don't want to hear, so that abductees are protected. And thank you for saying that.
I'll tell you what, really quickly, Ulrich, and also I want to get to Tiff too before we get to the questions. And we also have a question from 𝗖𝗵𝗿𝗶 that I think Tiff wanted to read, or I'll read it. Tim is the only other person I've ever heard dare say that it could just be a perception that when Christians call out the name of Jesus, that their abduction is being stopped. And I cannot tell you that the hate, and I try to do the same thing he's doing, as far as, hey, this is a possibility. It's not always 100% true. You know, even my own experiences, I don't take as 100%. You know, there's manipulation and deception. But try telling a Christian, and when they called out to the name of Jesus, their abduction might not have actually stopped. And if you want to get some hate on the topic, we could start there. So I really appreciate you, Tim. I appreciate that you're an advocate for abductees, that you're willing to speak the truth as you see it and as you know it, regardless of any hate that might come your way. So thank you very much for being here. Tiff, did you want to comment on that DMT stuff or read 𝗖𝗵𝗿𝗶𝗆's question?
I don't mind reading 𝗖𝗵𝗿𝗶𝗆's. The DMT stuff was a while ago. I do have some thoughts on the alien internet that he was talking about, but I sent him an article in the DMs that he can read, that I had just actually written about that very topic. I don't need to get into it in the space. I consider myself a psychonaut, and that I have my experiences are usually based within that contact modality, and this isn't the space for those conversations.
Hey Tiff, can you post that article in our pill here so the rest of us can check it out?
Oh, absolutely, for sure. Yeah, it's a place. When you first do DMT, I call it like the loading screen. You go through this like mirror field of crazy projection and gestures, but after you get past that, there's like this other space, and that's what I wrote the article about. But 𝗖𝗵𝗿𝗶𝗆 would like to, he said, is Alberino aware that Dean Radin peer-reviewed papers showed how the RCC in the Middle Ages almost wiped the 𝗍 genes out of the European population by killing those who showed witchcraft, etc.?
Can you repeat that?
𝗖𝗵𝗿𝗶𝗆, he writes, is Alberino aware the Dean Radin peer-reviewed paper showed how the RCC in the Middle Ages
Okay, the
almost
RCC,
wiped
the Roman
𝗍
Catholic,
genes?
the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the part I didn't. Wow, that's very interesting. All I can say is that's interesting. Yeah, that's true. A lot of alleged witches were burned at stakes and drowned in ponds, in rivers and lakes. So that is true. And I'm not sure how extensive the Inquisition was, and it was extremely extensive. I mean, the Inquisition went on for 600 years. And it wasn't just targeting witches and people practicing the sorcerous arts. It was the Inquisition actually began to target Protestants under Loyola and the Jesuits. So, but yeah, that's a very interesting point. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say, but very intriguing.
Last thing before we get to hands, there are so many, we touched on the periphery of it, but it would be a sin if I didn't get you to comment on the Epstein files. There are, from my view, and I think from many people's view in the UFO community, there are so many overlaps, so many implications, whether it's loosh farming, a satanic alliance, a trade for tech, eugenics, maybe even genetic repression. The common refrain we're hearing from, the conspiracy crowd, which we're part of, conspiracy theorists largely are celebrating because they've been vindicated. And I'm not talking like a victim here, like boohoo ufologists, but ufology is like the only remaining fringe topic left on the table. And it seems like the whole world has blinders on the fact that whether it's, gravitics, advanced propulsion, a soul exchange, a barter, a contract, entities, reptilians, eating children. You've touched on so many of these things. It seems crazy to me that people aren't even drawing a possible connection to the Epstein files. I'd love your full, unvarnished, no holds barred view on what you think is going on.
I'm not sure if there's any direct correlation between the material in the Epstein files to anything related to ufology, but certainly I think, where there's smoke, there's fire. And I think we have enough indication in those files to implicate a satanic pedo group of elitists who are engaging not only in human trafficking, but apparently in the abuse of toddlers, perhaps babies, and perhaps even there's cannibalistic activity happening as well. It's difficult because you kind of have to read between the lines. I said where there's smoke, there's fire, but at the same time, I'll use another analogy. There's no smoking gun per se. I suspect that there is somewhere. I suspect that there is some documentation that hasn't been released to the public that is much more explicit, the photographic evidence, videos. So certainly this is the occult. There's occult activity at the heart of this, whether it be Baal worship or whatever. By the way, Baal worship is that's Canaanite. Remember, I referenced Canaanite necromancy. That's where that comes from. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all that the elites are engaged in this cabal, this particular cabal. Not all elites and not all people in government. That would be ludicrous to believe that. But there is certainly a control mechanism here that is exerting power, perhaps in the form of blackmail, on world leaders and trying to bend nations to their will, and that these people are engaged in what I think would be very typical of the Canaanites who inhabited the Promised Land when the Joshua and the Hebrews drove them out. These are the kind of abominations that are listed in the Bible. Precisely these abominations, the sexual iniquity, the cannibalism, the feeding their children to Molech and into the fires. I mean, these are the kind of heinous things that were done routinely in the pagan world. And so it doesn't surprise me that these things are still happening in the modern world. And all of this is demonically charged. And these people are unfortunately, in some cases, pulling the levers of power. I don't know that there's any more I can say about that. Do you guys know of anything, any more of a direct? Maybe I haven't looked at all the Epstein files. I've seen much of it floating around, and have looked at some of it myself. But there's a lot of files there. Have you guys found any files that directly associate the UFO stuff to Epstein and his activities?
I'll let Fringe, Tiff, and Christophorus comment on it. I wasn't trying to paint you in a corner. It just seems to me crazy to not at least acknowledge the phenomenon is implicated. If even if it's not proven, it seems like you said, there's smoke there, right? And it seems like a lot of people are blind to any kind of overlap. Fringe, Tiff, Christophorus, Did you want to
I
comment
mean,
on that? If not,
I could just briefly
yeah, go ahead.
say, my father ran an international human trafficking ring, uh, in order to blackmail, what we refer to as the elites, people like Dianne Feinstein that were involved in rituals. Um, the rituals, the satanic, the demonic stuff, and being involved with the human trafficking in these children. It's all real. There is a link there. The entities they're sacrificing our children to are these so-called aliens and their progenitors, the ones that we're trying to welcome welcome to help us ascend us to 5D. So it's just my opinion that it's all related. It's all very much the same thing. There's just a lot of human trafficking going on. Can go back to Ted Rice and Carla Turner, who believe these entities were using us for food. And then obviously they're siphoning off our energy. We could look at Malanga's research showing they're siphoning our energy off of us, our life force, this animating life force that's inside of our souls that they so very much crave and need for their technology. So I just think it's all related, mostly anecdotal, as usual, right? As is most of the evidence that's related to abductions and satanic pedophiles.
Yeah, and generally speaking, I would agree with that. Sacrificing, when the Canaanites would sacrifice their infants to Molech, and I mean they would literally place an infant on searing hot metal. Imagine that, and that infant screaming, their own child. And that infant would then be, some people think there was a mechanism where they would put the infant on the hands of the open hands of the idol that was searing hot, because the idol, there's fire inside of it, and the baby would be seared, and then there was a mechanism where the hand would actually deposit the child into like the mouth, and it would go down into the fire, into the belly of the entity. I mean, that's the kind of depravity we're talking about, and that was happening in the ancient world. And certainly they, in their minds, they were sacrificing their infant to the gods. And this would certainly be the objective of the elite. They believe that the gods are real, and they have aligned themselves with, I mean, to be very simplistic, they've aligned themselves with Satan. And so that means that they believe that Yahweh is real as well, and his son. And this is precisely, by the way, what I talk about in Birthright, that at the end of the age, what you're going to have is a new religion that's going to be formulated, and I call it apotheotheism. And it's the amalgamation of two words: apotheosis, which is the deification of man, and theism, which is a belief in the gods. And when you combine those two ideas, you have the religion of the future. The gods exist, and we shall become like them. It's the original lie from Eden. The gods exist, and we will become like them. We will not surely die. And just wait until the transhumanism stuff gets incorporated into all of this. So I believe that as we approach the end of the age, literally by the way, the end of the age of Pisces, which we are in now, that transition is going to be cataclysmic, and that alien saviors, so to speak, are going to show up to deliver us from some sort of catastrophe or from the gray alien threat, and that these beings are going to present themselves as our progenitors, our benefactors, just like you were saying, French, and that these beings are going to claim to be the Promethean benefactors of mankind, and are going to lead us into war with the Son of God. That's what I believe is going to happen. It's the thesis of Birthright at the end. And so I would totally concur with all of that.
And I have to ask, do you think if we get some sort of corrupted, soft disclosure, kind of like the Epstein files, right? We get something, but we're not getting the whole picture. Do you think this might be a vector for that kind of kinetic war?
Yes. So people ask me, so I think here's something that confuses people. People say to me, well, if you think that all of this is headed toward war with God, then why are you for disclosure? And you might be getting the same kind of questions, Fringe. I would imagine you do.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So-
just had a whole argument where I was saying I'm for catastrophic disclosure, but what we're getting is some manipulated haphazard one that's dangerous.
Yes, yes. So in my case, people will say to me, well, okay, so if the Greys are evil, for example, and all of this is going to ultimately coalesce into the events unfolding at the end times, biblically speaking, then why should we be for disclosure? Well, because I'm for the truth always, in every case, and it's as I always say, let the truth be told, and the chips fall where they may. And the things that are, here's the problem: the things that are happening right now, because all of this has been done in darkness, literally some of it miles beneath our feet in deep underground military bases, because there's been no oversight, because all of these activities have intentionally circumvented Congress and circumvented the knowledge of the American people. They have become, this has become a realm of extreme darkness, where, as I said in the beginning, I'm not going to recapitulate all this, but the things that are being done now because of the secrecy are utterly evil. And I think there's a chance to rein some of that in, to correct some of this. In fact, there's a group of individuals who I interface with who are working behind the scenes with people in government, and this involves military, some ex and active duty military personnel, special forces guys, and their whole objective is to expose the deeds that have been happening in darkness, that have been perpetrated in darkness, to give the American government, the Trump administration currently, the opportunity to redress some of this evil, to expose it and redress it. And that is their goal. And I'm completely in favor of that. And part of it is telling the American people the truth and exposing some of the organizations and agencies and entities that have been involved in this thing, that have been committing grave crimes with our money, by the way, to some extent. And I am all for that. So when people say, well, why are you for disclosure? Because this is criminal activity. And the things that are done in darkness need to be brought out to the light and exposed. Let the chips fall where they may. I'm always going to be on that side. And ultimately, this is all inevitably heading in one direction. And along the way, we can have some victories. There are, if some of these programs do come to light, these legacy programs, because of the efforts of people like I just mentioned, like this group, and because of the efforts of Congressman Eric Burlison and Tim Burchett, and Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, and their colleagues, both in the House and the Senate, and this stuff is brought to light, then some of the evil that's being done in darkness can be redressed. It's just like the Epstein thing. And yes, maybe there's even crossover there. So that's why I'm for it. And I don't, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't be for that. So
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, sorry,
go ahead,
Ulrich.
French.
I just want to
No.
very quickly point out, because we are right here on this topic, that a friend of mine named Bridget, who says that she was in Looking Glass and she was in Stargate just on Monday, has named Mellon, Millie, and Troxel as being part of those programs, using children, using her to contact these dark entities, looking for artifacts, trying to harness their power, looking for not just artifacts, but trying to harness this dark power for themselves, for weapons, etc. And she's got a lot of allegations that go even beyond that, horrific allegations against these gentlemen. So I just want to point that out, that there are some very big names involved in this. There are names that are shocking to people, names that are really high up there at the top of the food chain of ufology that she's throwing out. She claims to have evidence names, dates, programs. So I just wanted to throw that out because I did speak to her about this on Monday, and just didn't want to leave that out there, even though these names are going to stir up some big feelings in a lot of people in ufology.
I'm so glad you brought that up, French. I almost forgot Bridget's disclosure. Tim, can we try to get through these hands? I have 3 people on stage, 1 person in the queue. I don't want to be,
Yes.
I don't want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and do that, and then we can conclude.
And thank you so much. Matthew, Joseph, JK, Philly fan, you've been extraordinarily patient. I promised JK I'd take him first. Then we're going to go Matthew and then Joseph. And then the 1 person in the queue we have, I'm going to bring you up right now. And that's probably going to be it. Please be respectful of everybody's time. I want to be able to get everybody's questions in. JK, go ahead, man.
Thank you for your time. Timothy, thank you, Doomer. I appreciate it. In your research, biblical studies, what research have you shown regarding the Ark of the Covenant, in your opinion, in reference to Joshua 6:6, which is the walls of Jericho? What do you think it did? It talks about the Levites, the priests, the 7 priests taking up 7 trumpets in front of the ark, marching, blasting their horns around 7 days, and then it comes down. What do you think it is? Is it a super capacitor? Do you think it's a resonant chamber? I asked this question to Stan Dea, so that's why I wanted to repeat it to you, because you're in this similar vein of study. Thank you.
Yeah, Stan's great. Yeah. It just reminds me of something my friend Randall Carlson often says, that he draws an etymological connection, association between the word Levite and levitation. And he thinks that there may be something there, that in other words, the Levites were in possession of something. The Ark of the Covenant was more, there was something very powerful about it, and that perhaps it was used as a technological device. I don't know. I mean, obviously that's all speculation. Did the walls of Jericho come down because something emanated out of the Ark of the Covenant? Certainly the Ark of the Covenant had power. I mean, it was the Ark. You have to remember, the Ark of the Covenant represents the throne of God. That's what it represents, that God is seated between the cherubim. And in the heavenly visions that the prophets had, God is always seated between the cherubim. That's why there were 2 cherubim placed between the ark and on the lid of the ark. And the ark represented the mercy seat. The lid of the ark was literally the seat. It was the mercy seat of Yahweh. So the Israelites, as they carried around the Ark of the Covenant, they were carrying around the presence of Yahweh, his very throne on earth. And so it had to be approached and handled with great care and great reverence. And if it was mishandled, it sometimes resulted in the death, even in one case of a gentleman who tried to steady it as it was being carried on a cart, put his hand on it to stop it from slipping off the cart, and he was struck dead instantly. Of course, it caused boils, and it caused all kinds of terrible things to happen when it was in the hands of Israel's enemies. So the question is this just sort of the supernatural power of God afflicting the enemies, and just the dangerous nature of being in proximity to the presence of God? Or is there something also technological going on with the Ark of the Covenant? I think the answer is we really don't know. We can speculate. And I think one of the most intriguing questions about the Ark of the Covenant is, where did it go? You have the Ark of the Covenant, and then suddenly it's clearly installed into the temple, Solomon's temple, and then it disappears. And I think, like Graham Hancock has a very intriguing, by the way, Graham Hancock's book called The Sign and the Seal is phenomenal. It's a very, very good book. It's a great read on Graham's investigation of the Ark of the Covenant. He believes it rests in Aksum in Ethiopia, and is being is in the church, I believe, of the church of I can't remember the name of the church of Mary, and is being tended by a group of monks. That's intriguing. May or may not be there. I don't know. I tend to think that Graham may be onto something there. But yeah, in terms of the actual power of the Ark of the Covenant, it had power, certainly, according to the Bible. The Ark was a fearsome artifact. So I guess that's about as much as I can say about it. Great question, though.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like it could have you in today's world. You could have it has a quantum. This could be a quantum device if we use today's terminology. Maybe it could be a conduit between the ethereal and then into our 3D dimensional world. So that's kind of why I asked the question. I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Sure, it's possible.
Thank you, JK. Fringe, I see your hand up.
No, I think that's just another glitch, but thank you very much, Ulrich.
Just another glitch. All right. So we lost Joseph. Joseph, if you're there, pop right in. We'll
Back.
Yep.
Oh, Joseph, you're back.
Yeah, it's a glitch.
Are you under time constraints? I think I promised Matthew and then you. Is that okay?
Yeah, I can fill them all. Sure.
Do me a favor, Michael and Joseph, just keep your hand up for me so I don't miss you. Matthew, the floor is yours. Thank you for being so patient.
Hey, Tim, thanks for being here. From the very beginning, I just have these sentiments that others have expressed. I don't want to fail to express it because I think it's important. I think you're already going to be tracking with me, but you coming into the space, as it often happens with spaces, they're invaluable in connecting people and with audience. People are interested in what they have to say in a more real and integrative way, personable way. I just think it does tons of heavy lifting way beyond what a podcast can do. So I just think this is very important and helpful. So thank you. I hope you'll do more. And second to that, perhaps even more importantly, the sentiments you and especially Fringe have expressed something always near and dear to my heart, and that is particularly the Christian community, more than other abductees and experiencers, kind of are set up to fall through the cracks more than anybody else, I think. And so that's just all. I already feel that way about all abductees, but Christians in particular got a real handicap when it comes to dealing with these things. So, man, the idea of putting together communities, hosting spaces, anything that reaches out to that audience, those people in particular, I think is just invaluable. So I'm so happy to hear you guys talking about that. I just had to express that. But my question, I wanted to come up with something, a million things I could say. But back when you're talking about the few congresspersons who, for whatever reasons, are among the few, who are the few, willing to stick their necks out even a little bit for these most important topics of all, the ones you've mentioned and others. I know from what I can tell, you have a bit closer, at least as I perceive it, a relationship with Burleson. You talked about getting them into ufology 101 with Dolan. Good choice. I think he's particularly good when it comes to helping people from that world get their bearings and see some historical evidence where the more human institutions like a constitutional idea of representative republic and congressional oversight and things like that meet with the historical records and things like that. So that's great to hear. I know Richard isn't limited to those kinds of framings and perspectives, but I know he's really good at them. So what I'm wondering, though, I guess more broadly, do you have the sense, I think I can kind of infer from what you said, that those congresspersons, some of them, have benefited from some of those ufology 101 briefings they might have had? What I'm wondering is, here we are here more recently or throughout talking about just the all-encompassing hugeness of this topic and everything that it's related to. Here more recently talking about Bridget, for example, on Monday, as Fringe said, mentioning some really big names who we kind of thought were on our side. And wait a minute, how do we handle that? And just the whole, to use the phrase, because I think it's apt, deep state nature of all this. And we have these people naively in government thinking they actually represent us and have any power. And just the darkness, the underground military bases, all that stuff you were just talking about. Do you have, what I want to ask is, do you have any sense that at least these Congress people we have thus far been encouraged by, because at least they're doing something, do you have any inclination that they are really beginning to grok the magnitude of all this and kind of really be able to understand the scope of what the task that is really before them and before all of us? And I'm just wondering if you could characterize, you don't have to name names or whatever, betray trust, but if you could in any way characterize how far along you think they've come and whether or not they are up to the task, or if there's more work that needs to be done. Just anything you want to say about all that. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate your comments and your sentiments at the beginning. Yeah, I've developed a friendship with 𝗂𝗏𝗺𝗀 and I really commend Eric for what he's doing. I think he's just personally very curious about all of this. He's a Christian. He comes at this from a biblical perspective. We've had lots of very fruitful conversations. And in fact, he invited me to go to Mexico City with him a while ago to this last spring, to go down there and look at that 𝗵𝗺𝗺 and he's just a very, very inquisitive, genuinely inquisitive. He's not, he's just really trying to understand and get a grasp on everything that's going on and interacting with different people in the UFO community. And early on, he organized a Zoom meeting, and where there were several congressmen, and asked me if I would like to come and kind of do like a briefing, a presentation, or have a discussion with them. And I did tap Richard Dolan to join me. I called Richard, and Richard and I presented some information to them. This was I forget what year this was in. This was early on. And Richard presented precisely that, sort of like ufology 101. He talked about the Davis-Wilson document and went through some really good core material. And I was compelled to present alien abduction. No surprise, right? And some other things. And these guys they're so receptive and humble. Burleson and Burchett, these other guys that are in there with them, both Democrats and Republicans, very, very humble. Everyone I've interacted with at that level, very willing to receive and understand, wanting to understand. I will say that Burchett definitely seems to be well read in ufology. And so I think Tim has been involved in this field for a long time as a spectator, and just reading and behind the scenes, always for many years now seems to have been interested in ufology. So he already had ufology 101 as far as I can tell. And some of these other guys like Eric, they didn't really have any interest in this topic until it was sort of dropped on their laps. And they've been working hard to get caught up to speed. And part of the challenge for these guys is, as you guys well know, there's a lot of characters in ufology. There's a lot of big personalities and egos, and a lot of different. There's a lot of different. What's the word I'm looking for here? Not just viewpoints, but intentions. That's not even the right word. There's a lot of there's a lot of people have different goals in this community. Some of the people's goals is simply self-aggrandizement. Aggrandizement rather, and other people are genuinely wanting to crack this nut, to get as far as they can, and to get us as far as we can go in terms of disclosure. So there's a lot of different personalities, and it's sort of, and I told Eric early on that this is a minefield. It's not just, I tried to kind of prep him for how. I'm trying to be very cautious with my wording here, for how difficult.
Why, Tim? Like, I mean, what do you need to be careful about? I might be naive here. I'm being genuine.
Well, I mean, let's just put it in these terms. Ufology is a minefield, precisely because of all the personalities involved, and not everybody is honest, and so. If you're coming into this thing completely green, you don't know who the players in the game are. If you haven't been, watching this unfold for the last couple of decades, really the last decade, and so as soon as the congressmen, and as soon as they revealed an interest in the topic, you have all kinds of different people popping out to try and sort of come alongside them and guide them into a particular direction. And that's still happening to this day. And so you have different congressmen sort of being counseled by different characters, different factions, different points of view.
Ufology comes with a ton of handlers. There's like 20 handlers for every person.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, so that was one of the first things I wanted to convey was, hey, be careful. This is a minefield. And I have been trying to resource these guys with people that I trust. I trust Richard Dolan. I trust people like him and some others in the background that I consider to be just old school ufologists. They don't really have, you know, a pet theory that they're trying to cram down everybody's throats. Just very honest with the data, well-rounded. Those are the kind of people that I really appreciate. And I'm very proud of Eric and Tim and Anna and the others who are fighting for disclosure. And it really irritates me when people lump them in with like the disinformation. People just assume that, oh, this is government, therefore it's disinformation. These are congressmen and women, therefore they're lying. That's absurd, absolutely absurd. I can tell you that these individuals that I've cited are sincere. They're sincere. And there are others as well in the Senate. And there may be some people at that level that are not sincere, that just want TV time, certainly. But these individuals, the ones that I've interacted with, are sincere. And I fully support them. I think they're doing a great job. They're handling. This is the biggest secret our government keeps, and it's dangerous. And there's so many bad actors, not just in the UFO community, but in the intelligence community. And what people fail to realize, this is something that kind of frustrates me. Everyone's always talking about, you know, this is disinfo and that's disinfo, and, you know, the whistleblowers and Grush and Elizondo and even the congressmen and women this is all just government disinfo. And what frustrates me is we have a government disinfo body. It's called 𝗨. And 𝗨 has been trying to deflate the interest at the congressional level to continue to press into this. That's what they've been doing. They've been trying to downplay the phenomenon and to deflate interest, to discourage further investigation. So when people want to talk about the mis and disinformation, well, it's 𝗨. Now there may be some other, you know, players out there who are not being entirely truthful, but I can tell you that 𝗨 is a disinformation operation aimed squarely at the members of Congress who are interested in this phenomenon. And I think they've realized that at this point. So they're doing the best that they can with what they have, and are trying to get educated as quickly as they can, and are navigating the minefield of characters in ufology. And I commend them. I'm so appreciative of what they're doing, and I think everyone should support their efforts, whether their conclusions aren't exactly right or whatever. Know that their intentions are sincere. And I don't know if I answered your question or even if that's what you were aiming at, but that's what came out.
Well, yeah, that's good. And I hope you're in their ear before everybody else. I mean, maybe, you know, a few other exceptions, but I mean, you know, some of the bad actors, the mines in the field. I'm glad you're there, and I hope you're taking precedence. Put it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Joseph, we're running towards the top of the hour, but you've been super patient. It's great to see you up here. The floor is yours, man.
Okay, thank you. Really, really good discussion today, and I really liked. It was kind
Sorry,
of.
do we have a hot mic somewhere?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I don't know if it's your background. Yeah, go ahead, Joseph. I thought somebody else's mic was coming through.
Oh, is this better now? Okay.
Yeah, it's way better.
Yeah, it was awesome. Not a lot of people these days are bringing up, from a Christian perspective, the abduction phenomenon, or the abduction phenomenon at all. Researchers, so it was really cool to hear. There's also the other fringe topic, which is even kind of like more deep and hard to believe, and people don't really want to address it, is the military abductions, the underground military bases. And that whole topic as well, which I've heard you briefly mention. And so it seems like you're aware of it. I'm not sure of what level. And my question when I came up here was actually what Fringe mentioned. And so I was going to think of something else, but I think I'll just ask it anyway. Our friend Bridget, had recovered memories of being used in underground military bases in a psychic manner. And it's a very long story. When she was down there, she actually saw and encountered in horrific ways a lot of the famous people that Fringe already mentioned. One of them being Christopher Mellon in a little lab coat with a little clipboard walking around with a bunch of kids that they're using in horrific matters. Like you're talking about, child sacrifice before, but they're using them in a multitude of, ways, that all of which are bad. I was wondering if you ever met the guy, if it would be hard for you to believe that that story is true. And also, if you could just elaborate a little bit, I know you're short on time, on what your current views of underground military bases and that whole topic is. Thanks for your time, man.
Great question. I certainly believe that deep underground military bases are real. I do believe that the maglev train is real. I think that was built back in the 70s and perhaps even earlier. But I have no doubt that we have numerous underground bases that are 1 mile to 2 miles beneath the surface of the earth. I generally speaking believe the testimony of, my God, I just forgot his name, Phil Schneider. I think that Phil probably was involved in some MK Ultra stuff, so maybe his recollection wasn't exactly accurate of everything, but I think he was being honest, truthful, and was murdered for it, and definitely did not strangle himself with that catheter. So I think that the kind of stuff you're talking about reminds me of the rumors that were circulating back in the late 90s, early 2000s about the 𝗏𝗁cy base, that the lower levels of the 𝗏𝗁cy base were called the zoo, and or one of the lower levels was called the zoo precisely because there was all kinds of experimentation, human hybridization happening with all kinds of monstrosities that were being concocted, genetically speaking, down there. And then it was said that the lower level was run by Greys, and that they were actually consuming children, eating children, was one of the rumors that was circulating. Now, whether or not that's true, I have no idea. I've never met Mr. Mellon, and that's obviously very serious allegation, and an allegation like that, serious allegations will require some serious proof. But let's just put it this way: it wouldn't surprise me if that kind of activity, if it turned out that that kind of activity was happening. This is why I'm saying that, these are the things, by the way, that I'm referring to when I say the things that are happening in darkness, under the cover of darkness, beneath our feet, that I think needs to be disclosed. The public needs to deal with this reality. If it's real, if it's actually been happening, we need to deal with it. Theologically speaking, we need to repent of it. And the people who've been perpetrating these terrible things need to be held accountable and be punished. And that's what disclosure, that's part of what disclosure means for me, by the way, and for the people with whom I interact. That's, you guys are talking about the deep, 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 dark stuff. And again, I suspect that these things are happening. Now, I don't know specifically with the Mellon accusation, but something like that. I suspect. I don't have any proof at all, but I just suspect that something like that is happening. And I think that's all I can really say about it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, obviously you can't confirm, and somebody at that high level, it's kind of dangerous, especially since you're so public. But I appreciate the answer, and thanks for copping up here, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Timothy, I promised we'd be wrapping up. Totally understandable if we can't do a rapid fire with just 1 minute each for these two people. But if you can, that would
Yeah.
be great.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. We're going to go to 𝗍𝗫𝗓𝗃 first. EG, go ahead, my man. What's your question for Timothy?
Thank you, everyone, for hosting this show. I'm a great fan of Timothy Alberino. I follow all his lectures, videos, and my question is, in his recent videos, Timothy were talking about a big mothership coming to the Earth, something artificial, and you also done some videos about 𝗧𝗏𝗏 Atlas, but I think it is found out to be some sort of, I don't know, unknown object. But what's your take on this artificial object coming straight to the Earth, which you believe it is artificial, and there is huge evidence? Thank you.
I thank you for the question. I think you're referring to, well, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 Atlas. I'm not sure anybody knows what the heck that thing really was. I think it's still very possible that it was artificial. I don't know. It could have been commentary. Not sure. But I have heard rumors. I've heard rumors behind the scenes that something is coming. It's 100% artificial. It is massive, and it's supposed to arrive sometime around the year 2027. I didn't hear this, by the way, from Jeremy Corbell. I don't know who he's heard that from. I don't know if it's the same people. I heard this from other people. And I can tell you that there are insiders who are taking this very seriously. So from what I can tell, it's something that was detected either by Space Force or some element of the intelligence community or NASA. And it's people are alarmed. It's not the 𝗧𝗏𝗏 Atlas thing. The people I've asked certain people about 𝗧𝗏𝗏 Atlas, and it's kind of like, well, we don't know what that is, but what's coming behind it, that's the real problem. So I don't know what that means. I don't really have any more insight, but it does appear that there's at least rumors circulating behind the scenes that something artificial, large, is on its way. And it's supposedly, allegedly supposed to arrive around the year 2027. And, I know that Mr. Corbell in that one interview said that, it was going to be a lie. We were going to be told there's an alien spacecraft, and it's going to be a lie. I don't know anything about that. I don't know. Maybe he's right. Maybe he's, he could very well be right about it being a lie. I don't know. I'm just sort of passing on to you guys what I've been hearing behind the scenes.
I appreciate you speaking on that, Tim. There are people currently on the stage, in addition to you, who've also heard from people, whether it's a PSYOP or not, people high up who take this very seriously, with the exact same dates, planet size, roughly moon sized. And what we hear is that even the military or Space Force, they also, it's not like they were sent some Hallmark card and said, hey, don't worry, we come in peace. The inference, if the story is true, is that if you're coming with that size of a ship, it's probably not benevolent unless it comes with a giant white flag in advance. I'm guessing you heard a similar story.
Yeah, that's the general inference, that it's suspected to be hostile. Now, is this just a big gigantic PSYOP? I don't know. I mean, I don't have enough information to know, exactly anything about it, really. So nobody really does. So, well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. And there's a good chance nothing at all will happen, and that this is just a baseless rumor. So we'll see. I mean, we're only a year away.
Thank you for speaking on it.
So glad that came up. That was on my list of questions to ask specifically. So really glad that came up.
Yeah. You always you always. Yeah, I'm so glad I brought that person up too, EG. This is the last guest speaker we're taking from the audience. And Volkswächter, I'm sorry, my German friend, please DM me we'll bring you up first for the next space. By the way, anybody who follows me, I follow everybody back. I'm currently rate limited. So I will follow you back. I'm very sorry. I just don't want anybody to think I'm not going to entertain any DMs. I absolutely will. I had to ask whether you could take one more person. Tim, this person is going to be our last person. He's a very young, virile, 96-year-old. And if I didn't bring him up to stage, he was absolutely going to beat my ass. He was going to find me. So elections picks, take it away. And so good to see you up here, man.
Yeah, all that is very true. Dimmer, Tiff, Fringe, good to see y'all. I'll be quick, Tim, and thank you for being here. I'm late to the party, but I will come back and listen to the whole thing later tonight. I just heard you talking about the Ark of the Covenant, and Randall's a friend of mine as well. My suggestion is you may want to talk to him about what he has learned from Scott Walter. Supposedly, the Knights Templar have 6, possibly 7 arcs in their possession. So if you're interested in that subject, I suggest you may get in touch with Randall. He can give you all the details. And the last thing, real quickly, because I know you need to go, I look forward to the day that you and Doomer is a Promethean. And I noticed what you were saying earlier about the misapplication of understanding about, the human, I forget exactly what you said, anthropomorphize something. Anyway, you two should debate that subject because I think Doomer has a little bit of a different point of view. But anyway, thanks, and keep doing what you're doing. You're a fucking beautiful, beautiful soul, and everybody appreciates you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I've definitely got my interest piqued here. I am going to ask Randall about that. Yeah, I mean, I know that, that I suspect that the Templars were looking for the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia a long time ago, as does, I've referenced Graham Hancock's work on this, but also because I'm so familiar with the Book of Enoch and how that all came about. And you have with the Book of Enoch, I'm trying to remember that James Bruce of Kennard in 1773 went down to Ethiopia. Ostensibly, he was looking for the source of the Blue Nile, and he ended up. It's Kennard. It's James Bruce of Kennard that came back with 3 copies of the Book of Enoch, and I think what he was really looking for was the Ark of the Covenant. And it happens that James Bruce, he's a collateral relative of Robert the Bruce, the famous Scotsman, fought against the English, and he happens to be James Bruce happened to be a Mason, and was inducted into one of the most prestigious and the oldest lodge of Freemasonry in the Scottish Rite. So I think that he was looking for the Ark of the Covenant, and interestingly enough, he didn't apparently he didn't find it, but he did come back with the Book of Enoch, 3 copies. So that's all very intriguing. The Book of Enoch, of course, written in Ge'ez, the liturgical language of the Ethiopians, because it had been preserved in Ethiopia and is incorporated into their canon even to this day, the canon of the Tawahedo Orthodox Christians and the Beta Israel Jews. So it's all very intriguing to me, believe me, and I certainly will ask Randall about that. Thanks for bringing that up.
Just send Scott a message directly. He's here on X, and he's very approachable. If you tell him that I sent you, he'll probably just, we're good friends. Just send it to him, and I'm sure he'll open up a conversation with you.
Very cool.
And we obviously would love to have you back, Tim, whenever you want to discuss anything new, or you want to take your rage out on trolls with more force. Please hit up Fringe, Tiff, me, and we will host a space. We like to schedule in advance, but of course, if there's something impromptu, if like we get disclosure and you're like, let's do it now, let me know. I want to yeah, elections, throwing me in front of the bus, disclosing me as a Promethean. Yes, I'm not a Satanist.
Wait, how long have
I
I been working on this, Doomer? And not to mention, I pray for you without your consent.
Well, you pray for me with my consent. I'm not against prayer. I pray myself.
And Jason
Just,
Giorgiani, he would die
there
if
we
he
go.
knew that.
You guys did it. You said the words before I did. So the irony here is, Tim, I am a Promethean, meaning I do believe in technological empowerment. I'm not one of those upload your souls to silicon, but I deserved it. Elections was going to throw me under the bus. But he gave me an even more cataclysmic, apocalyptic idea. If you're ever up, I have been wanting the debate of all debates, and we should consider something like getting me and Jason and you and I'm forgetting his name. Who's
Wes
the
Huff.
guy? Yes, you were doing telepathy there. Yes, if we had something like you and Wesley Huff and me and Jason Giorgiani, I think we would set the internet on fire, and it would be a ton of fun. And I think it would be the most respectful and absolutely controversial and explosive conversation we could ever have. So if any of that interests you, just hit us up. And I think you absolutely should do that space for Christians. You and Fringe. It seems like it seems like it's written in the stars. And the irony here is, of course, Fringe hosted the first space that Giorgiani, I think, ever did. And I was trying to get him into our space, and I had to be vetted. And it took a good Christian woman to attract the most charismatic Satanist probably on this planet. And it took a Promethean to lure probably the most charismatic Christian ufologist. So the irony has reached a state of perfection. I just wanted to point that out.
Well, certainly, I'm very color me intrigued. I have no idea what being a Promethean means, so I'd have to have an understanding of that before I could ever attempt to be.
Soft Satanist. I'm just
Okay.
gonna say it.
Okay.
That's Fringe. No, that's Fringe's advertisement. No, it means you believe in technological empowerment being tantamount to spiritual empowerment.
Have you had an opportunity to read my book, Birthright, by any chance?
Yeah, I bought the audiobook and I did a quick 2 to 3x read through the whole thing, but I'm going through, it doesn't do it justice. Like your book is one, so you could talk to me about any section right now about your book, and I could completely converse with you on it, but I haven't done the deep read that I normally do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like if we talked about Imago Dei, like I would know exactly where you're talking. And I think your book is especially timely right now, right? You wrote it it was published 5-6 years ago.
2020.
I think, yeah. So these things right now that I think refer to the end game, I think are right on the edge. I think if you'd like to talk on this, and I'll hand you the mic for the last word. If you want to talk on what you think or whatever you want to talk about, but I'm incredibly curious on what you think this year is going to look like, specific or especially with regard to, let's call it confirmation. What do you think is going to be the consequence or the unfolding for humanity, and anything else that I should have touched on in this interview, and any other last message you want to give?
Well, I would say that regard to me coming back on doing another spaces with you guys, which I would be delighted to do. I think an interesting conversation where you and I might have some friendly debate is the intersection of transhumanism and the alien presence, and the development of again the new religion that I cited earlier, and where all of this is headed. And obviously, we have the rise of artificial intelligence, which is very shortly going to be incorporated into extremely advanced robotics. And at the same time, we're going to have some measure of, which we've already had, but we're going to have a continuing measure of disclosure of the alien presence. All of these things are coalescing. None of this is incidental. None of this is coincidental. This is all happening because we are approaching quite literally the end of the age. We are at the very end of the age of Pisces, and the transition, we are at what's called a a Suntelia transition, a cataclysmic transition from one age into another. It is the end of the age, the end of the aeon that Christ talks about. So it's not coincidental that all of these things are unfolding. You know, we're going to reach a crescendo at some point. And I think that the nature of the battle and the confrontation that's coming is probably something that would be very interesting to discuss at another time. But I really appreciate you guys. I mean, this has been a lot of fun. I wouldn't have gone for over 4 hours if I didn't thoroughly enjoy it. So, like I told you before, can you guys still hear me? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
we
Yeah,
my
can,
we
phone
can
we
hear
just my
you.
can hear
phone just shut off. Like I told you before, it's apparent to me that you guys are very deep thinkers and have taken the time to properly formulate your positions. And I truly appreciate that. So well done to all of you. Thank you guys so much for having me on, and I'll be very happy to come back.
And your book, Birthright, is incredible, especially because the connections you make are novel. It's not a rehashed old idea with like 10% new paint coated on top of it. It is truly filled with novel ideas, and I encourage everybody to read it.
Thank you.
And
And if I can say here at the very end, I do have a members community where we're constantly interacting with these topics. And I'd invite anybody who's interested, wants to get a biblical view on these things, and just interact with other people in a very, very cordial environment that is extremely conducive to learning and just an amazing group of people. You can find my community at 𝗷𝗵𝗄𝑎lysis.com.
yeah,
And
and I will
we
go to
can
your
link to
timeline.
that. Oh, sorry, Ulrich.
No, I was just going to say I'll go to your timeline, Tim, and I'll push it to the nest and thread it in the comments. You can push something to the nest after space closes, and everybody who is in that community just comments on how worth it is.
I mean, I'm in the community, just throwing
Oh
that out
wow!
there. I wanted to say in closing, Timothy, thank you so much for being just an intelligent, articulate advocate for abductees and for disclosure. We got to a lot of really good topics today. I mean, we got to the aliens are coming to watch our destruction, maybe even to manage our destruction on this giant Death Star ship that's supposed to be arriving. But we didn't talk about things like the afterlife, the pole shift. I was going to ask you what you thought about amnesty. Also, your thoughts on God promising not to flood the earth again, especially when we're looking at the pole shift and the end of the age. You know, we didn't talk about a lot of things, so it would be really good, really great if you came back. And I appreciate the discussion so much. Go ahead, Tiff.
I was going to say, and Mars and the moon. We got to talk about those too.
I mean, that was
So many
not an
great
exhaustive
things.
list.
Yeah, thank
Yeah,
you
if
so
you
much for
can.
your time. I
And
really
face
enjoyed
peelers.
it.
We didn't talk about the face peeler stuff.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
I
Gosh.
was going to bring that up too. Yeah,
Hey,
sorry, Tiff, I didn't mean
okay,
to
I'm
step on
telling you,
you.
I've been on that tech. I've been on the tech,
Yes, I
and
would
we
definitely
didn't
like to.
get into the MK Ultra. We didn't get into the
What,
super soldier stuff. Yeah, all kinds of crazy
what
stuff
do
we
you
didn't
mean
talk
Have
you've
to
about.
been
schedule
on
another
that
one.
tech?
Wait, we
What
didn't
does
talk
that
about
mean?
how my husband is a Levy. All kinds of stuff we didn't hit on today.
Well,
Sorry.
we'll just have to go ahead
Go
and
ahead.
schedule another one.
I like it.
That would be wonderful, Tim. And Tiff, I didn't want to step on your toes.
I'm
Was there anything
easy.
else?
Thank you. I appreciate everybody, and I love to listen to conversations more than anything, honestly.
𝗧𝗶𝗺cie, we could not have made this happen without you, Fringe, and probably God, and of course Timothy. Anything you want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah, just really grateful. This has been over a year in the making. And Tim, thanks so much for taking a risk on us. I told you this was the best, most respectful, spaces group, and I think these guys bore that out. So thanks so much for joining us and having such a great conversation. I think so much more can happen when there's a well-moderated and respectful dialogue. And I just think, I love the Doom Room for this. I didn't create this thing, but man, I love being a part of it. And people of many different viewpoints can actually learn something together.
Tim, I'll let you respond and have the real last word. I just wanted to say I'm up for that kind of debate. There's a lot we agree on. Obviously, you don't need to convince me on the malevolence of the phenomenon or the hijackability of tech or the real danger. And I think it's an important discussion, mainly because I'm also not certain. I think if you're more on the tech side or more on the faith side, I think the obvious risk of deception is real on both sides. And I think it's an important discussion to have. And I think because you and I are really just interested in the truth, I think it would be an interesting discussion. So whenever you want to have that, and we can schedule. I want to let you go. I know I've gone over the hour, but I'm absolutely open to scheduling follow-up space. And of course, whenever you want to have that debate, I'm thrilled. And last word for real to you, Tim. And thanks so much again.
Well, I'm just really impressed with what you guys have here. Again, I'll reiterate, it's not common. This is uncommon, and it's very special. And I encourage you guys to keep going. And I think the rest of UFO Twitter could learn a lot of lessons from you guys. So just thanks for being so cordial and open and conducive to conversation, in-depth conversation, and the airing of ideas. It's just really, really unique. So thank you guys again.
Thank you so much, Tim. You could not have paid us a deeper or greater compliment. Thank you to everybody on stage who came up to speak. Please follow. Everybody is worth following here on stage and who came up to speak. The greatest debt goes to my co-hosts, Fringe, Tiff, and pseudo co-host for today for making this work. Timothy, it's been nothing but a divine pleasure. And thank you to all the listeners who cared to share the space, and 𝗬𝗓 the haters. We could not do it without you. Remember to doom deep, doom dark, doom hard. Thank you so much, everyone.